guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump confirms he spoke with Amazon founder Jeff Bezos about a reported plan to display the amount tariffs increase the price of an item.
Jeff Bezos was very nice. He was terrific. He solved the problem very quickly, and he did the right thing, and he's a good guy.
Amazon has said the plan was never approved and would not be happening. That came after the White House criticized the plan by calling it a hostile and political act. Trump made those comments while departing the White House for a planned speech in Michigan happening tonight to mark his first 100 days back in office. The president also says he thinks the U.S. has a trade deal with India. House Republicans are working to craft what President Trump calls the Big Beautiful Bill. Trump says he expects it to get done.
I think the Republicans are really with us. We have the Big Beautiful Deal. It's moving along, and I think we're going to have it taken care of. I think they'll all be there.
It's a budget reconciliation measure that would implement much of his spending agenda. The bill would extend the 2017 tax cuts and keep Trump's promises to expand them. House Speaker Mike Johnson is hopeful the House will pass the bill by Memorial Day. Vice President J.D. Vance says the White House is going to have to battle extreme judges.
While on the Clay and Buck show, Vance said President Trump warned him that the courts are going to try and stop everything we do from immigration to military policy.
I mean, it turns out we've got to do some battle with some really crazy far-left judges in order to allow the administration to do what it actually needs to do.
Vance claims the district courts are trying to govern the country. He said the administration is going to battle these judges to allow Trump to carry out what he was elected to do. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed higher today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 300 points. The S&P 500 added 32 points. The Nasdaq rose 95 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
In over 230 U.S. cities, including 113 in California, $1 million is enough for a basic starter home.
A Zillow analysis reveals as of March, the average price for a starter home has risen significantly. The most recent figure for California is compared to just 85 cities 5 years ago. Nationally, the average starter home costs just over $192,000. California leads with the highest number of cities where $1 million is typical for a starter home, followed by New York with 32 cities, New Jersey with 20 cities, and Florida at 11 cities. I'm Dina Kodiak.
The price of gold continues to hit records. Bullion has been selling for $3,500 an ounce, which has never happened before.
You have geopolitics and the trade wars.
Texas Tech professor Benjamin Powell says investors are looking for a safe space to park their money. He predicts that there's going to be a ceiling for gold prices, but right now they continue to climb thanks to uncertainty in the market about tariffs.
And then if we know future policies, then we can predict what will happen to prices.
The 90-day pause comes to an end in July. The Vatican says the work of selecting a new pope in secret is set to begin next week.
The closed-door process known as a conclave will begin on May 7th. Members of the College of Cardinals under the age of 80 are allowed to vote, and the winner must be selected by a two-thirds majority. Voting will continue until white smoke is seen from the chapel chimney, signifying there is a new pope. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. Is it worth all the time I've spent away? Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
It's time once again to cue the microphone. Do it all over again. Seems like we've been here before, huh? And just like that, we close out a Tuesday. Oh, looky there. From time zone to time zone, making our way into the final day of April. You ready? May 1, roll it in tomorrow, 24 hours from now, as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. It's a cloudy night outside the secret bunker. As I was trying to sleep through the rumbles of thunder through the afternoon and evening hours. Got some pretty good showers. Meanwhile, what do we see? It's another active night, as the case has been. Several areas of the country, Mother Nature's going to slow you down. The shower and thunderstorm activity that had passed through our region here in the Ohio Valley, now pushing toward the eastern seaboard. We've got strong storms hanging on at this hour, with numerous severe thunderstorm warnings over eastern portions of West Virginia, moving into western Maryland at this point in time. Most of these are showing, 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds and some small hail in some of these cells. But no doubt, torrential downpours. You got rain, a lighter rainfall, east central Ohio into the northernmost areas of West Virginia, up into the Wheeling area. All that rolling into southwestern Pennsylvania. Some of those stronger storms cutting right down through the heart of West Virginia, down into the easternmost reaches of Kentucky. Separately, I guess that's our cold front pushing through central and eastern New York with a few showers, none of them reaching severe levels. Then right back into the heart of the country, Oklahoma. You are really experiencing torrential rains. It's a very slow-moving storm system. I'll tell you what, we've got flash flood warnings stretching from right there toward the Texas-Oklahoma border in north-central Texas, right through the heart of central Oklahoma into northeastern portions of the state. These showers and thunderstorms nearly stationary, just barely moving at all. So you've got the training of the storms for hours. The rains continue to fall. We'll tell you some of the numbers, just how much rain. Oklahoma City, you're right in the heart of some of this torrential rain. It's more of the same old, dangerous, damaging, disruptive thunderstorms continue to erupt, affecting portions of the central as well as the eastern U.S. before things are going to reset over the south central region coming up this weekend, and the whole process repeats once again. AccuWeather tells us as the storms cross highways, wind-driven downpours, ponding of water, creating hazards for motorists. Similarly, as the storms approach the airports, we could see ground stops and flight delays due to the potential for dangerous winds. Some of these stronger storms can bring hail large enough to damage vehicles and break windows. These storms moving at a pretty significant speed across the Midwest and Northeast tonight. So for most areas, they should be rather brief. However, further to the south, they will be moving at a slower pace. Now, in the southwest, these storms are going to be very slow-moving and repetitive in nature over portions of the southern plains. As I just mentioned, Oklahoma, because of this, a much greater risk of flash flooding and rising rivers in that region versus the northeast. These storms are also going to bring some strong winds and moderate to large hail. Some of these cells in Oklahoma and north-central Texas, I had just pulled up 60-mile-an-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. You've seen a lot of large hail as of late. Now, the focal point here at midweek, the main threat for severe weather, focuses over the southern plains and some northeastward extension towards parts of the lower Ohio Valley. Once again, the full spectrum of severe weather may be unleashed in some of these strongest storms, ranging from damaging winds and hail to flash flooding and a few tornadoes for Wednesday. Again, due to the slow-moving, repetitive nature. Flooding is going to be the greatest concern. for parts of the south central states. Still, even a single tornado that strikes a populated area could very well put many lives at risk. Thursday, the severe weather zone stretching once again from the southwest to the northeast as a new push of cooler but less humid air collides with those lingering warmer, high humidity areas across the south and the east. We're looking at all modes of severe weather from Texas, stretching all the way to western New York and southern Ontario, Canada, ranging from high winds and hail to flash flooding and maybe a couple of tornadoes for Thursday. See what we have as we head toward the weekend. Friday, the thunderstorm and severe weather threat is going to push toward the Atlantic seaboard and the northern Gulf Coast, extending back into West Texas. In that zone where these storms hold off until the afternoon or evening hours, they could become locally intense. Some damaging consequences due to the daytime heating, where the sun destabilizes the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the storms are going to kind of reload this weekend in the south central and southwestern states. Thunderstorms, some severe, are going to conglomerate over the deserts of the southwest and the southern Rockies, moving into the high plains through the latter half of the weekend and into next week. It's been a busy pattern. While some much-needed rain will fall in this pattern, that risk of flash flooding again continues to escalate into some river flooding over portions of the southern plains as we look toward next week. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll take a look out west, where the dry season, they tell us, is rapidly approaching. You may have an opportunity, one last chance for some, maybe a little bit of accumulating rainfall here in the coming days, after which it may be weeks or possibly months before any significant rainfall impacts some of these areas in central and southern California. Again, we'll get more on that coming up here as we say good morning to Philly Dan from the city of brotherly love. Mary Ann is on board. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Hello, Pappy. It's, hey, what, Mike, what day is it? Not official till horse feathers makes it. So, looking at 65 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Temperature seems to be up in India and Pakistan also. Settle down. Nuclear weapons nations. Well, Trump gave his 100-day in office speech, the rally in Michigan, to a packed house this afternoon. Meanwhile, it's time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever, and dial us up at 844-844-3388. Let's get this hump day started. Are you with me? All right, there's Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy hump day for everyone else but me. It's my Monday. Well, it was a 3-stop Little Rock run with a Russellville back home. Got a few nuggets in the sports world to talk about, and we'll check in a bit later in the program. Very good. Tapeworm checking in, listening tonight from Carlisle, Pennsylvania. 65 degrees. The rain has stopped for the time being anyway. All right, drivers, be safe out there. Hello, Tack. 51 degrees in Acoma, New Mexico tonight. Actually came through a little rain-snow mix earlier today across Flagstaff. Old man winter just won't seem to let go. Everybody be safe and be blessed. Speaking of out west, I mentioned the precip possibilities coming up this weekend. Some of the passes like Donner could actually see enough snow to make things slippery coming up as we head toward the weekend here. All right, hello to Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve and all the crew. Grateful. Thank you for all the truck drivers out there and those in uniform. God bless each and every one. As always, stay safe and be blessed. All right. Hello from Bob in Michigan. There's Roy checking in from Northwest Illinois. 51 degrees. Uncle Chop's in the house. Hello from Pennsylvania. Now, there's Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew there. And we'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up as we roll into a brand new day. As we turn the page on the calendar, yes, 30th day of April for 2025. Closing out another month just like that.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And hello to Mike in Beaver Creek. Good morning to the overnight family. More crazy spring weather. Hello to Tony. Morning, Steve, and the entire Hot Shot Nation from Southern Illinois. And we're looking forward to going to the Street Machine Nationals in Des Moines, Illinois this weekend. All right, Street Machine Nationals. Enjoy that. And there's Gilligan. Morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Clear and warm here, Ironton, Virginia, and 71 degrees. All right, everybody keep it shiny side up there. A rubber duck. Yeah, see, your frogs are back. I noticed, I think it was last night was the first night I noticed the tree frogs. The tree frogs are back singing out in the pool.
I got my bullfrog. I don't know. So, I don't know. What are they up here? Bullfrogs? I mean, so I had to apologize for all the tadpoles I took and put in mayonnaise jars when I was a kid because I kind of felt sorry. I killed them off. And then I had the two geese. One was up on the sand pile where all the rocks got piled up from the snow pile. And then I was like, should I feed them hamburger? I wonder if they'll eat hamburger. No, I didn't give them any hamburger. I still got two cars up there I got to get off and unload. And then there's 9 over there in the corner someplace in the dark. I can't see them. But anyway, no, it's a nice night. Wow. It's a good day to be alive.
It is, yeah.
Screw you, horse feathers. I hope you're safe with all the weather and everything out there. I'm stealing your thunder. What day is it? It's hump day.
Yes, it is.
Sorry.
All right.
We're almost there. You know, I think we're going to Indy this weekend to watch Cletus McFarland and all the Crown Victorias come up there and race at IRP at Indianapolis Raceway Park.
Yeah.
Because that's a whole lot more affordable than going to the 500. Wow. You want tickets now, you got to go through a ticket broker, and they're crazy prices.
Okay. Yeah, Indy 500. Yeah, I mean, they say it is a spectacle like none other to actually be there in person. Never been to the Indy 500. I mean, I did the Brickyard there, the NASCAR at Indy, but never the Indy 500.
Well, so here's an idea. We do the cruise, and for those of us that don't have passports, for reasons not to be disclosed to discriminate against myself, anyway, why don't we do something for next year at Indy? Why don't we kick it back, see who's interested? Because I think what we have to do is we could all get tickets for $75 now that would cost us $250 next year if we were trying to get them to go to be together.
Right.
So I think we all need to go do it. Two of my tow trucks were Indy 500 tow trucks. He bought them from the manufacturer that had the up here in Elkhart. It was Challenger Record Corporation. God rest Bill's soul. He was a great man.
Mm-hmm.
He made the record that spun around. But yeah, we had two. I had a Dodge. Was one of the first Cummins motors in it. No, actually, no, that had a gas motor in it. And then I had a medium duty Chevy, C60 Chevy, low profile. They were red with silver and gold stripes. They were Indy, and even said official tow truck of the Indy 500. And then in real lettering, he put our company name down on the door because he wanted to keep that theme. But then you got a year, and it got painted company colors. But they were, it was just kind of cool to drive those kind of trucks back in the day when you were a kid.
I bet it was.
Anyway, how are y'all doing?
Doing well. Hump day. I did have the foresight to get out there and cut the grass again. You chopped the dandelions before the rains moved in today, so.
We ain't getting no rain yet, but so hey, I wanted to say this. You ever think you'd ever get a delivery from UPS on a Sunday? Let it alone be a push mower in a box.
Really?
From Amazon?
Huh.
Yeah. So yeah, the Amazon guy came on Saturday. UPS guy came on Sunday in the brown van. It with a lawnmower, and he said, "Oh no, they're working us straight through." But then there was also news stories saying they're laying off 20,000 people because of the drop in Amazon decline.
That's in the industry headlines. 20,000 people and like closing, 70-something facilities or something?
I'm not sure how they're – because – so I've only dealt with Baltimore, Philly, Nashville. Then they had feeder hubs. But those, like Baltimore, Philly, and Nashville never shut down. They had a skeleton crew on a Sunday, but they were there. The feeders, like I would drop a package car off that had to come to Nashville to get service. I would take it out to, Kingston Springs, Tennessee, or someplace like that, drop it off in the middle of the night, and there was nobody there. They were waiting for the truck to get in the morning. I imagine, well, like I said, I was completely shocked that there was a UPS guy working on a Sunday, because I sure thought that was one of the arguments they wanted to use to get me to come join the union. I'd never have to work on a Sunday. Well, guess what? They are. Then also in the automotive transportation news, apparently, we've had two companies join the union car haulers since the defunct of Jack Cooper.
Really?
One Cooper, if you look on the Teamster website, one Cooper company out of Georgia called Squirrel Incorporated. And I really cannot think of a better name for a company, because we're all just a bunch of squirrels running around chasing the nut.
That's right.
And then the other company was out of Ohio called Fleet Transportation, and looked them up, and there was too many of those to try to limit it down. And I myself used to be with Fleet Car out of Colorado, which was bought by a non-union carrier, United Road, which is still in business. But, yeah, it was interesting to see. I don't know how many members they gained by these small companies, but so apparently after losing 2,500, 3,500 drivers with Jack Cooper and the other 5,000 to 6,000 drivers over the years before that they never fought for, they're going into and trying to organize small companies. And I hope it works.
I'll have to do a little. I'll do a little research on that and see. Because I mean, the premise I think of Ford and then General Motors exiting Cooper was some of these non-unionized outfits could do it for less, right?
Well, okay, so it's not for less. So when we first started talking, so let's go back 25 years ago. Seriously, with your dad. I had gambled, not a life savings or anything. Man said, "You're a great car hauler. I like how you're loading. We're building this company. I want to give you a chance to own your own truck."
Mm-hmm. Okay, now we gotta pause there as we gotta get to the news break. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is touting his first 100 days in office while holding a rally in Michigan.
This is the best, they say, 100-day start of any president in history, and everyone is saying it. We've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet. It's all just kicking off.
He spoke at Macomb Community College in Warren, north of Detroit, and claimed his first 100 days are the most successful among any administration ever, adding it's just kicking off. He made comments regarding the lowering of inflation and ending what he calls transgender insanity, and also criticized new efforts by some Democrats to impeach him, saying judges ruling against his administration are obstructing the enforcement of U.S. law. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 300 points. The S&P 500 added 32 points. The Nasdaq rose 95 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, rolling into a brand new day. Let me get back and we were talking about going back in time, unionized versus non-unionized, so they really aren't doing it cheaper. Go ahead, Rubber Duck. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to remember that phone number to call in on this radio show that this guy's got. He's a really cool dude. It was 1844. Anyway, no, so 25 years ago, I, young father of 4. No, actually 3. Matthew wasn't here yet. I went and took the lease purchase option with Fleet Car. But they were on a program to where we turned the trucks to where we actually made money when we walked away from and got a new truck. Was able to buy our first house with what we did on it.
Mm-hmm.
We were head-to-head with the Teamsters for freight. We were hauling the Explorers out of St. Louis, and we were beating the train because we had teams. If you were leasing onto them and coming on your own, even if you had experience, you had to ride second seat for 90 days with somebody to learn the procedures, to learn the rail yards, to learn how to do it. I had a couple of people that didn't even make it 3 days. And I put them on a bus when we got to Texas, because I'm just sorry, they're not going to cut it. They're not going to work. But no, we begged to be organized, and they said they can't organize us because we were owner operators. But then at the end of Cooper's demise, they had bought a company called Moore Transportation. And then he created another company called North American Transportation and made those guys lease purchase guys. I haven't heard a peep from any of those guys on social media of how bad they got it stuck up in them. I'm sure they're still walking funny, and it's not a funny subject to deal with when somebody loses something that they thought was going to be. It's going to put my kids through college. It's going to get my kids into the industry. it's going to help me get a fleet. I can never forget when we went to Naperville, Illinois, to the railhead, 2001, 2002, non-union carrier, fighting. E&L lost the Ford contract. We only got Wisconsin and the UP in Michigan. And I showed up in February. Oh boy, it was freaking beautiful. Man, that was the best kind of year you could go to Wisconsin and the UP. You know, but I learned. I learned quick, you know, where you had to go. But so we had the guys that were with the union who had got laid off reach out. Hey, explain this to me. How does this work? Well, one of the guys actually wrote it out. He was my co-driver. He had way more experience than me, but I had to train him. It was funny. I had to take him to the mountains, take him out west, because the Cassins guys from the city in Chicago, you know, that's all they did. But he liked running 200-mile loads, 250-mile loads, 300-mile loads, because what he was doing was just all metro. You know, and he was 60 years old then. He wound up, when everything was all said and done, and his trucks are still going on, he's got about 25 trucks that his son's running. And they're hauling the new cars through a very, very large company. It used to be owned by BlackRock Investment Group. I don't know who owns them now. Something's going on because they're getting money because I see new trucks coming. But everybody's also buying the old Cooper trucks. There was no auctions. I ain't seen any auctions. Didn't see like a whole, you know, bid on these, bid on this. Trust me, I could use a later model trailer here a little bit. You know, mine's going on 7 years old. I don't like the rust. You know, I begged the boss for the trailer to call 7 cars instead of 6, but he's just stuck on this. But no, we've asked the union guys to help us, or the Teamster people to organize us, and you know, we've gotten this excuse. Well, your owner operators, your companies are too small. Tell you the fastest growing company down south was SEC Automotive Transport, and he was created because he made friends with a guy that hauled used cars and had about 6 or 8 trucks, who was backhauling for him through one of the big companies that got some of the GM work, but we were backhauling the Spring Hill work. There was 3 people brokering that work to me before I got a hold of it, but it still paid good enough to get home. But yet again, you know, it's not cheaper. We're not doing it for cheaper. That's the only way we're doing it for cheaper. We're not tying a company into paying for a pension, a health care. You know, we're not requiring 100% health care. Here's what was told to me when I went on with the union. And I'll be 60 this year, so I should have been retired. You give us 30 years, you're going to get $3,000 a month. Full paid health care for that 30 years that you work for us, for you and your family, and full paid health care when you retire. They changed the rules in the contract where you can't retire at 55 years old. You can't retire at 60. You got to keep going. You can retire, but you're not going to get your stuff till you get 65. There's actually research, and I'm not sure if Google AI or whatever, I'm not sure of the numbers, but of the guys that retire, they draw like 15 pension checks before they die.
So you work until you're about in the grave, and then, you know, you end up not. You know, it's kind of like having to, you know, with the whole Social Security thing. You keep bumping up the age. By the time you get eligible, you ain't going to draw nothing. Everything you've put in, you know, which kind of defies the logic of why they're struggling. All right, Rubber Duck. Hey, great to hear from you, man. Very interesting. Gilligan, what the heck's going on I-40?
Well, about 6 o'clock this morning, a tanker exploded. As best I can tell, about the 355-mile marker in North Carolina, which is over in eastern North Carolina. I'm not familiar with the area. Haven't been over there in years, but a friend of mine sent me the link, and I kind of glanced at it. It looks like it's supposed to be closed until Wednesday. I sent you the link to a website explaining what's going on there, Steve.
Okay.
So, yeah, I missed the first few minutes of the show. I don't know whether you'd caught that story.
I had not seen that, so it is closed and probably going to be closed till about the noon hour tomorrow, I'm seeing. Or today,
yes.
noon hour today, technically, Wednesday noon.
Yeah, that's right. Today is Wednesday. I'm still stuck on Tuesday.
Right,
I
exactly.
Work Monday through Friday night. So yeah, I don't go that far into North Carolina. I'm in the north central North Carolina. Our runs that's as far as we go in. Of course, we're back every day. So out of Winchester, it's good 4 hours to the North Carolina line. If they're a little more, no matter which direction we go. So we can't go down. I mean, my load ends up in Charlotte, but I've got to meet another driver about an hour and a half north of Charlotte. So, I've been getting requests, by the way, on a lighter note. You need a Friday and Saturday night show, and I'm telling you what, a GMA and BS Enterprises infomercial would set you right up. I'm telling you, that's what you need. What do you think?
GMA and BS
Enterprises infomercial. Yep.
Oh boy.
All right, I'm going to back out of here, Steve.
All right, well, hey.
I hope everybody has a safe night. I may check in later.
Thank you for the heads up there. I appreciate it, because, no, I had not seen that. And, via most of the trucking industry headlines. All right, Sampson County, North Carolina, a fiery early morning crash on I-40 East. Still under investigation. The area remains closed. It happened a little before 6 a.m. Tuesday, leading to the closure of all lanes of I-40 East near the North Carolina 403 exit just outside of Newton Grove. Preliminary investigation by the Highway Patrol revealed that a tanker driver hauling fuel hit a slow-moving car from behind, causing the tanker to overturn in the eastbound lanes. 2 other tractor-trailer drivers hit the tanker, causing minor damage. However, a pickup truck driver who swerved to avoid colliding with the overturned tanker still made contact, and that caused it to catch fire. A box truck swerving to the left to avoid the overturned tractor-trailer hit the median cables. Coming to a stop in the median, the driver of the overturned tanker was airlifted from the scene with injuries. 2 other drivers taken to the local hospitals with minor injuries. The overturned tractor-trailer had around 4,000 gallons of fuel left in the tank after some burned off in the fire. This section of I-40 will remain closed through at least Wednesday, they were saying. Now, westbound lanes are not impacted. I guess they had an update. The North Carolina Regional Hazmat Team and Eastern Environmental Services are in the process of cleaning up the scene. After they're complete, all vehicles will be able to be removed from the scene. The eastbound lane of I-40 from exit 348 to exit 355 is expected to be shut down to approximately the noon hour Wednesday due to the damage that needs to be repaired to the roadway. Now, DOT has a detour established, and it is clearly marked with electronic road signs there. All right, Gilligan, thank you for the heads up. So what a mess. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Acworth, Georgia, 67 degrees. Had a nice day yesterday, just a few on and off clouds. All right, got a load later today. We'll head out Thursday morning for Nashville. Cincinnati Reds are going to be in town here for 4 games, Monday through Thursday. And we're going to go to the game Wednesday. I'm pretty excited to see Ellie De La Cruz play. That guy is something else. All right, we may take the grandson to his martial arts class later today, and Saturday going to go to one of the granddaughter's birthday parties. So, did you see where the scumbag legacy media's coverage of President Trump is 92% negative? I did hear those figures this past morning. It's not surprising, though. He said even though stocks are back up to what they were, gas is down to an average of $3.16. Inflation has slowed. It's 2.4%. Border crossings down 92+%. It is amazing how corrupt they are and why no one trusts them. All right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, hello to Dirty Harry, and not feeling the greatest. Good morning, Steve, as he likes to say, and the trucking family. It seems like everything's going to be okay, but this is my 3rd night in the South Buffalo Mercy Hospital. I feel like I'm competing with Hershey Bar, but he's kicking my butt. I'm only battling pneumonia with one lung, so not a good thing, but hopefully feeling better there, Harry, right? Yeah, we did share the message from Hershey Bar this past evening after having a leg amputation from the knee down on Easter. Subsequently a heart attack, and I guess today he'll actually be having a couple of stents put in, then another stent coming up in 3 or 4 weeks. According to Harry, he said, the Hershey Bar, doctor said he's lucky to be alive. So prayers for Hershey Bar and Dirty Harry this morning. All right, good morning, Steve. Jason on board. Looking forward to another great show. Passing through Wichita, Kansas, 57 degrees, some light rain. On my way to South Dakota. And have a good morning out there. All right, sunshine, 65 degrees here, Wilmington, Ohio. No rain for us right now. And there's Eskimo Mom. Congratulations to you. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day it is. Back to work after a vacation that included an all-expenses-paid 3-day trip to Chattanooga for the company's Million Miler banquet. That was a lot of fun, and it was so nice to be honored for 2 million safe miles so far. Now I've got to go back to work to recover, right? Tonight looks like we got a Cincinnati area store to start my week off. After that, I won't know what they'll have me do when I get back to the yard. But as we speak, partly cloudy, a little bit of fog developing. We've got 62 degrees outside this morning. All right, congratulations again there. Eskimo Mom, 2 million miles. Quite the feat. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 52 degrees. In Pacific Junction, Iowa, got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed north at a top secret rate of speed. I'm so fast now, Steve, when you came on the air, I was 2 hours south of where I am now. When you came on the air less than an hour ago, I passed the guy walking the dog so fast, he looked like his truck melted. I'm liking the tweaks on this red engine. It makes for an epic day of cow trucking, that much better. And how about a special one-night-only shout-out to the elusive and seldom heard right-wing nut from the 29 Speedway tonight. Yeah, right-wing nut. Robert Duck, you mentioned the UPS announcement. I'm thinking some may be kind of blindsided by this. UPS planning to slash 20,000 jobs this year as part of their cost-cutting drive amid the shifting global trade landscape. Yeah, this as the shipping giant grapples with soft demand, especially from their largest customers. UPS said they would look to close 73 facilities by the end of June. I mean, that's pretty damn quick. And I quote, "With our action, we will emerge as an even stronger, more nimble UPS," according to the company's CEO, Carol Tomé. In a statement this past day, she said that the transformation is going to help UPS adapt to a changing trade environment and better position itself for long-term growth. Company said they would save $3.5 billion this year through these cuts, making the announcement alongside their first quarter 2025 earnings report, which showed a slight revenue dip to $21.5 billion, down like 0.7% from the same time last year, while its adjusted operating profit inched up 0.9% to $1.7 billion. The parcel giant also pulled their financial guidance for the year, saying uncertainty regarding the impact of Trump's tariffs means they couldn't provide forecast right now. Given the current macroeconomic uncertainty, the company's not providing any updates to its previously issued consolidated full-year outlook. Now, its supply chain business suffered the most last quarter, revenue plunging nearly 15%, primarily due to the divestiture of Coyote Logistics. But this cost-cutting drive, after UPS told investors earlier this year they're going to reduce their Amazon business by 50% by mid-2026, citing profitability reasons. This was not their ask, Tomé said on the investor call back in January. This was us. This was UPS taking control of our destiny. Now, this past day, they said that the restructuring could expand depending on further network review. Now, in the first quarter, it said they made $80 million in savings and booked $23 million in related costs. Very interesting. All right, Trump speaking about his first 100 days in office this past day, calling it his second term, the first 100 days of his second term, the most successful stretch in American history, marking that the world has noticed a revolution of common sense. We're here tonight in the heartland of our nation to celebrate the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country. According to many, many people, he said, this is the best, and we're just getting started. You haven't seen anything yet. It's all just kicking in. Speaking from the Macomb Community College in a suburb of Detroit, visiting a state that he narrowly won back in November over Kamala Harris, lauded the administration's gains in border security, the deportation of illegals, efforts to curb government waste, strengthen the military, end federal woke policies, and the Green New Scam, bolstering energy production, reducing taxes. Above all, we're saving the American dream, he said. We're making America great again. And it's happening fast, too. Now, we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish. With unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says,
we've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet.
While marking his first 100 days in office at a rally in Michigan.
We're here tonight in the heartland of our nation to celebrate the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country. And that's according to many, many people.
The president speaking at Macomb Community College in Warren, north of Detroit. Trump says he's lowering inflation and ending what he calls transgender insanity. He went on to highlight his attempts to curb illegal immigration and showed a video of alleged gang members being deported to El Salvador. The White House has signaled they are not extending the Real ID deadline.
Kentucky lawmakers sent a letter to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem asking for a delay on Real ID enforcement, citing the potential for long lines at MVD offices. The Trump administration says all states will need to comply by the May 7th deadline. Real IDs and enhanced security driver's license needed in order to board any domestic airline flight. John Summers, USA Radio News.
New data out today USA shows for the first time ever there are more than 7 million Americans living with Alzheimer's disease.
New York doctor Nikhil Pellikar says the latest Alzheimer's Association Facts and Figures report shows 7.2 million Americans now living with the disease.
This is concerning because the rates of Alzheimer's keep going up.
He notes 2 new FDA-approved meds, lecanemab and donanemab, are helping to slow the progression of symptoms in people in early stages.
This is the tip of the iceberg. We now have newer treatments, and many more new treatments are currently under research studies and are showing some good potential.
He also stresses research examining the benefits weight loss drugs could have on targeting brain inflammation to reduce the risk of disease. I'm Jennifer Pulsoni.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Some 55,000 Los Angeles County employees are on strike.
The union says the strike, which is set to last through Wednesday night, was called over failure by the county to negotiate a new contract. Organizers say the county has been contracting out work that's supposed to be done by union members and that pay offers have been insultingly low. The county says it will have a hard time with raises because of the recent wildfires, loss of federal money, and a huge sex abuse settlement. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
If you've got a runny nose, itchy throat, and are sneezing and wheezing, you're not alone right now.
Tree pollen season has hit the Northeast hard and is expected to get worse as it continues through May. Website pollen.com has put New York City, Albany, Concord, New Hampshire, Burlington, Vermont, and Boston and Worcester, Massachusetts on its worst cities list. The New York City Department of Health says asthma emergency room visits are up, especially in children. So are over-the-counter sales of allergy meds. Grass pollen wraps up in May and June, so it'll be a while before allergy sufferers get relief. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Vatican says the work of selecting a new pope in secret is set to begin next week.
The closed-door process known as a conclave will begin on May 7th. Members of the College of Cardinals under the age of 80 are allowed to vote, and the winner must be selected by a two-thirds majority. Voting will continue until white smoke is seen from the chapel chimney, signifying there is a new pope. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And just like that, we kick another hour off. Welcome back. Welcome aboard for those just joining us here as we kick off the final day of April. Indeed. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Celebrating the first 100 days, which technically is today, I believe. But President Trump holding a rally there in Michigan this past day. Making America great again. He said, what the world has witnessed in the past 14 days is a revolution of common sense. That's all it is. Yeah, we're conservative. You're conservative. You're liberal. Whatever the hell, you know what it's all about. It's about common sense. When you think about it, we are for common sense. We like strong borders. We like good education. We like low interest rates. We like being able to buy a beautiful car and now deduct the interest on the loan. That's never happened before. We want a strong military. We want low taxes. Earlier in the day, before the visit, he stopped by at the Selfridge Air National Guard Base in Harrison Township, about 20 miles north of Warren, announcing that the base, whose future was in doubt following the phase-out of the A-10 Warthog, will receive 21 new F-15EX fighter jets. Yeah, the 100 days. In 100 days, we've delivered the most profound change in Washington in nearly 100 years. I read an editorial today that this is the most consequential presidency in history. How about that? And it wasn't even by a group that would normally be supporting us. It was a group of people that I think would tend to be on the liberal side. But they said it's the most important election back on November 5 that changed it all. You have to see when you hear some of these numbers, but it is the most consequential election that we've ever had in our country. And what a nice thing. I'm going to start subscribing to that particular paper again. Even if I don't read it much, I'm going to subscribe. Earlier in the day, he also signed an executive order providing some temporary relief to the automakers impacted from the proposed tariffs. He says we've got a lot of auto jobs coming. Watch what's happening. Yeah, the companies are coming back in by the tens. You've got to see it. They all want to come back to Michigan and build cars again. You know why? Because of our tax and tariff policy. Yeah, they're coming from all over the world. They're coming up. They're opening up plants. And they're talking to us all day, all night. They want to get here. And they're coming in at levels you've never seen before. And I want to thank the auto workers for your support. All right, I'm sure Eagle has some comments in regards to what the president had to say. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let me get this thing right quick. Yeah, I'm at the truck stop rolling. The hell is it? This thing didn't even charge up. Yeah, my battery almost there. Hopefully this thing don't go out. But yeah, Steve, I got a couple of things I want to talk about tonight, man. Interesting things. Before I get to Donald Trump and his rally, I listened to it today while I was driving. I got some things to say about that. But I want to say this, Steve. I want to talk about, I know you got a listener out there that lives in the Memphis, Tennessee area. And, he probably won't like what I'm about to say about Memphis, but it needs to be said, Steve. Driving through Memphis today, it's a total embarrassment, Steve. Martin Luther King he would turn over in his grave if he saw what those people have turned into in the Memphis area. with the crime. Memphis, it seems as though the individuals have moved from Chicago down to Memphis, Steve. Chicago is now taking the place of, Memphis is taking the place of Chicago as the murder capital of the U.S. I think they said last week over 35 people were killed, gunned down in the streets of Memphis. The kids are totally out of control. They even church burned down. Black church in the center of the city, a church that Martin Luther King used to preach at back in the 60s. Well, I don't know if it was arson or what happened, but it burned down. Now, like I said, Steve, these people are totally out of control. They shooting, they killing. They have these young people that are under 21, and they have no respect for nobody. Elders, young or grandparents, they don't respect nobody. They robbing old ladies. I think an old lady got shot by a guy a couple of days. That's all they talking about on TikTok and the other internets about all the crime. And then you can see it for yourself when you drive into Memphis in certain areas of town. The poverty and the trash and the guy take no pride whatsoever in where they live at or nothing. It's really a sad situation that's going on in Memphis right now. A lot of people. I have friends that live in Memphis, and they're talking about getting the hell out of there and moving somewhere else because things have got. I told you it's got so bad now, Steve. A lot of my company don't even allow me to park in the Memphis area. If I'm on the road, I have to drive through Memphis and find another truck stop because they have so much crime going on with people burglarizing trucks while you sleep. You might go to sleep in a truck stop and you wake up the next morning and your back door, your trailer's open and guys somebody's taken some of the goods out of your trailer while you sleep. Or they might, steal your spare tire. They love to get your tire. If you got a lot of guys have spare tires on their truck or in the trailer, they'll steal that. You can't even have a tire on your truck. So a lot of company, like I said, my company won't even allow me to stop in the Memphis, let alone even the fuel. They'll steal your fuel too. So things are totally out of control. I don't know who's running the city, but they're doing a bad, and I do mean bad job. Now, let's move on to Donald Trump. Now, I listened to Donald Trump today, Steve. He had a rally in Michigan, and he said a lot of good things. It was a good rally. I wish it could have been outdoors, but it was an indoor facility. But he only talked. He normally talked 2 or 3 hours, but he only talked for an hour and 30 minutes today. But he listed all his achievements that he's done in the 100 days. He's accomplished a lot in 100 days. He turned this whole country around, shut the border down to absolutely nothing, nobody coming in. It's tight. The criminals, he said that people are going back the opposite way. The caravans, they going headed back. So they headed back home. They're not even trying to get in the USD because they know they're not gonna get in. That's how Donald Trump has done 100 days, and just like he said he was, and he continues to do that. But yet you still got the Democrats. You still got people out there, Steve, that are not happy with what Trump is doing. It just amazes me that these people like AOC and Al Green and the list of them go, Chuck Schumer's and all that, continue to talk bad about Trump, talking about they want to impeach him if they get the majority in 26 for nothing. Just like Trump said, he has done nothing to be, but it's not going to work because they're not going to get enough votes to get him out, so they can keep on dreaming Trump's going to be the president for the next 4 years, whether they like it or not. If anybody should leave, Steve, it's them. That's who needs to leave, not Trump. These people that hate their own country that they live in. It's just despicable. People that hate, if you hate the U.S. that much, you need to pack your bag and get the hell out of here. Now, as far as this other thing goes, Steve, with the language deal, with the truck. And, Monkey Gouger called it. I told you that last night. Yeah, hopefully he'll call in, but you say he might be taking a break. But Monkey Guy, I remember he said on one of his last calls, he said that he had heard the rumors that Donald Trump was going to be doing something about these drivers that speak nor understand the English language, and that's exactly what he did. He talked about it today, Donald Trump, because Donald Trump respects truck drivers. He knows that truck drivers without trucks, America comes to a stop, Steve. There is no grocery store, there's no Walmart, Targets, and all the Krogers, and all of them go out of business if there ain't no trucks to bring the goods to them. And Trump knows that. So, like I said, these guys, Joe Biden, Steve, I think I heard a guy say Joe Biden, he's the one that's responsible for putting these guys behind the wheel of these trucks, these Indian guys, these Bosnians, these guys from South America that never qualified. He just brung them on in. A lot of times, Steve, I heard a guy say, I think I heard you talked to a guy last night, it was somebody else who said that the government actually paid for this guy's truck. They trained him how to drive, get a CDL license, and then they helped him purchase a truck. And he's not even an American citizen. I ain't never had the U.S. government offer me a damn truck with no money down, just a free truck base. So I don't understand it's almost like, Steve, that the country, the leaders, some of these leaders in this country actually don't like the people that live here. They would rather have somebody from another country come in and do things. It's really sad. But like I said, Trump's gonna put a stop to it. Like I said, I don't care. I don't have no problem with somebody driving a truck, earning a living. But you have to. I believe in treating people the way they would treat me if I went to their country, Steve. If I went to India or whatever, tried to drive a truck, I guarantee you they wouldn't let me drive a truck if I didn't speak their language. They probably wouldn't give me a job any damn way, even if I did speak their language. So it should be the same way here in the United States. If you want to drive and operate a truck, you need to learn how to speak the language. If you don't want to do that, then you don't need to be behind the wheel of a truck. It's just that simple. It's not about racial discrimination. It's not about none of that. It's about the safety of American people. My family's on the road. Your family's on the road. And I don't feel safe with these guys behind the wheel of a truck. And hopefully Donald Trump and his administration will somehow find a way to get them off the road. And so your family and my family can be safe. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, that was indeed one of the top headlines again this morning. The ink on the executive order had barely dried before the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, the CVSA, began tackling how they're going to enforce the English proficiency regulations, responding to a petition from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association calling for non-compliance with that regulation. The CVSA's Driver and Traffic Committee took up the issue this past day. Ultimately, the committee made not one, but 3 moves toward shoring up the enforcement of the English proficiency standard. All 3 recommendations moved out of committee and are slated to be considered by the executive committee later this week. The first recommendation is to place a driver out of service who cannot react and speak the English language sufficiently to communicate with the safety officer while responding to official inquiries. The committee also recommended petitioning the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to change the regulation 391.11b2 to specifically state lack of English proficiency is an out-of-service violation similar to how 392.5 is structured. Going one step further, the committee also recommended that the FMCSA require harmonization of CDL testing in the English language. One example of how states vary in the area of CDL testing that is currently, states are permitted to actually give the knowledge or written portion of the CDL exams in languages other than English. Now, it's up to each state what language they use for the test, but again, these all steps that will be leading toward. So I guess maybe a national, the rule. I mean, if you're giving a CDL test in a foreign language, that's because they're not proficient in English, right? What else is it? So maybe ultimately not allowing states to continue giving tests in foreign languages. Some of the other organizations responding. What did the Small Business and Transportation Committee have to say? OOIDA responding this past day as well. The Arkansas Trucking Association and others, all speaking out, applauding the president for that executive order.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So there you have it, the Small Business and Transportation Coalition applauding the President and Secretary Duffy for taking the bull by the horns and effectively voiding the FMCSA's memo known as MCECE 2016-006. That was the memo that pretty much gave a stand-down order to enforcing the English proficiency language provision. America, as a result, will now see that the roads will be safer, with truckers being required to speak, understand, and read English. However, this executive order is only as good for as long as Donald J. Trump is president. Congress should take this as a sign that the president believes this is an important public safety issue. They should immediately introduce and pass our proposed Connors Law and permanently codify this into law. Because as we know, executive orders, they can be overturned with the stroke of a pen, when and if the Democrats retake the White House. OOIDA and their members proudly, strongly support President Trump's decision to resume enforcing the English proficiency requirements for commercial drivers. Basic English skills are essential for reading critical road signs, understanding emergency instructions, interacting with law enforcement. Road signs save lives, but only when they're understood. That's why we petitioned the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance earlier this year to reinstate English proficiency as an out-of-service violation. Today's announcement is a welcome step toward restoring a common-sense safety standard. Meanwhile, the Arkansas Trucking Association also supporting the order after successfully advocating for solutions in the state. We're pleased to see this issue elevated to the national level where it can have the greatest impact, according to the Arkansas Trucking Association president, because trucking is fundamentally an interstate industry. A federal approach is necessary to ensure consistent enforcement on these safety standards all around the country. A lot of folks speaking out in support of that order. A couple minutes before our news break, well, let's get started with, first things first. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
Good morning, Your Honor. I guess on the day we need to make it official, we should officially make it official by saying, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Oh, hump day. Here we go.
There you go. All right. Well, I don't know. We were short enough of work yesterday that I didn't have any, so I wasn't with you last night or yesterday morning, and it appears as if maybe UPS and FedEx are kind of short on work, because when I was headed up the road here a little while ago, I see a wiggle wagon being pulled by one truck from UPS, and then in front of him was another little wiggle wagon being pulled by another truck, and they didn't have no dolly in between there, so... And then the next thing you know, you come up on top of a FedEx truck there pulling a wiggle wagon with just a dolly behind them. So, I don't know. It seems like I don't know, if the UPS ones, if they both came from the same terminal, if they were going to the same terminal. But anyways, they'd at least caught up to each other one way or another. And as I say, they were pretty much chasing down a FedEx that was in the same condition they were. So, At least for what I saw tonight, it looks like freight might be a little slow over there for the FedEx and the UPS guys. So maybe that has something to do with that layoff you were talking about with UPS there. So we'll have to see what goes on with that. But hey, to think about before we get to the news break is there a problem with wearing a blue suit?
A problem with wearing a blue suit? I don't know. I guess I'd have to ponder that. Why would you ask? Well, we'll find out coming up.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump marked his first 100 days in office at a rally in Michigan.
They all want to come back to Michigan and build cars again. You know why? Because of our tax and tariff policy.
While speaking to a packed house at Macomb Community College in Warren, which is just north of Detroit, he highlighted his efforts to curb illegal immigration, grow the economy, and lower prices. Border Czar Tom Homan is going after a Milwaukee judge arrested for allegedly assisting an illegal alien evade ICE agents.
Homan said, when you cross that line, you'll be prosecuted, judge or not.
I can't believe there's any elected official, and especially a judge, that doesn't believe we should be doing that, and they should be helping them.
The FBI says Judge Hannah Dugan intentionally misdirected federal agents away from a subject who was going to be arrested in her courthouse. The man, Eduardo Ruiz, was taken into custody shortly after a foot chase. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, we'll pick up where we left off there. Is there a problem with the blue suit? What's the deal?
Well, I don't know. His wife was telling, we were talking at dinner there, and she said that there was a whole bunch of hubbub about President Trump wearing a blue suit to the Pope's funeral. Did you catch anything about that?
I saw a headline about. We're supposed to be wearing black because we're in mourning, right? Is that the premise?
Is that what the deal is?
I guess.
Because she said there was a lot of other people there that were wearing blue suits, so okay. I didn't know what the whole problem was. But I mean, it's not like I would have a black suit to wear to a funeral. Now I can't say that I'd have a blue one, but I do have a suit. But I was just kind of wondering that, Your Honor. So
wow.
I don't know. President usually looks pretty good wearing a blue suit most of the time. So, but anyway, no, I was kind of glad to hear about the executive order there. That was a good thing to have happen there, and so we'll see how far the CVSA carries it out there, because aren't they the ones that decided they didn't need to have that be an out-of-service violation?
That's the ones. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. I wonder how they feel having to backtrack what they were doing the previous years here.
Yep.
But anyway, there. So yeah, I don't know what the deal is in Maryland. I don't know if they give the CDL test in a foreign language or if they give you an interpreter to take the test and have the interpreter tell you,
read the questions.
Change it. Yeah, read the questions and make it into the foreign language, and then tell the person there which box to choose, A, B, C, or D.
Right.
I don't know what You're not there listening to them. How do you know? How do you know if they have an interpreter? How do you know if the interpreter's just relaying the information, or is the interpreter giving the information? Because Maryland here, we take our driver's license stuff all on a computer. You sit there and you use a mouse and you click the box A, B, C, or D. Multiple choice, and so I don't know. But as I say, I'm not sure which way it goes. I'm not sure if it's the if the language has changed so that it's the language that they speak, or if it's if they get an interpreter to do it. So never had that issue, Your Honor, because every time I go in, my test is in English.
There you go. Yep.
But anyways, hey, I don't have to go back for another 7.5 years for my driver's license, and I guess somewhere in the middle, if I decide to renew the hazmat one more time, we'll have to do that. So anyway, other than that, that's about all we got. Things are pretty quiet out here. We had some rain showers go through. Apparently, there was some that had been up in Pennsylvania when I went up that way, and when I came back down there apparently had been some rain here, so down in Maryland. So we got something else here. A little dampness on the south side, the Macy-Dixie line now. So, but other than that, as I say, things are pretty quiet. And I don't know. I guess we're talking after this unsettled weather right now. It's supposed to be pretty decent through the week, and I think, as you were saying, there's a possibility of maybe some other unsettled skies in the evenings later on in the week. But we'll just have to wait and see what comes along. But other than that, that's about all we got going for you.
All right. Now. Well, thanks for the clarification of it's hump day. All right. I came across someone posted, and I had to do a quick double check because I hadn't caught that headline. Yeah, this whole the saga of Bud Light, right? And the protest where many fans of Budweiser and Bud Light had the boycott, the protest going on. Yeah, story says the Bud Light saga has cost Anheuser-Busch dearly. After more than 2 years of waning sales and decreasing demand, the company is forced to shut down its iconic St. Louis brewery. The poor decisions of one DEI executive ended up costing us the most lucrative brand we've ever sold, according to marketing director Joe Barron, and now costing 537 Americans their jobs. Goes to show that the saying, go woke, go broke, is not just a saying. It is a legitimate business philosophy. So again, I did a little double check, questioning, are they shutting down the St. Louis? Anheuser-Busch is indeed closing its St. Louis brewing plant, also known as the iconic or original plant, at the end of this year. This marks a significant shift as the company moves production to other facilities. Now, the closure, according to news reports and internal communications, while official reasons haven't been fully disclosed, a shift toward streamlining operations and consolidating brewing capacity is likely a major factor. But the closure will impact employees at the St. Louis plant, although some may be offered positions at other facilities. But the St. Louis plant holds significant historical value for Anheuser-Busch, having been home to brewing operations for over 160 years. Anheuser-Busch will continue operating its other breweries and facilities, including those in other locations, according to the company. But, wow. Now, Knucklebuster here on a hump day. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Yeah, well, that's kind of sad. Well, they ain't got nobody to blame but themselves, right? You and Horse Feathers left something out on that UPS story.
And what's that?
FedEx and UPS are merging. They're going to tell everybody now they're FedEx.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so am I. Hey, Eagle, I run out of Memphis. Hey, you can talk about Memphis all day. I don't care. Doesn't bother me there. Hey, that's the middle of the country, some of the crime-riddeness, I guess that's, I don't know if that's the right word. But anyway, you take Chicago, St. Louis, Memphis, Jackson, Mississippi, New Orleans, Louisiana. Everyone's got their own good old boy network there, right?
Uh-huh.
And they're all just about as crooked as they can be there. Well, we done a good election this time, but we got the midterm to worry about, too. We got to keep everything in power if you want the Republicans to get done what Trump wants to get done. Better vote Republican in the midterm, too. Hey, we missed one. Old Willie Nelson, he turned 92-year-old yesterday, Steve.
How about that?
Well, yeah, keep smoking them doobies, boy. You'll outlive all of us there. When you closed the show last night, you talked about that woman captain, helicopter pilot that crashed into the jet in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
You said she didn't listen to the chief warrant officer that was her instructor.
Correct.
In the passenger seat there.
Correct.
See, I'm 67 years old. I've been married almost 50 years. Have you ever known a woman to do exactly what a man told her to do?
Oh, boy. Look out.
Yeah. I know that's right. That's it. I guess we could go back to the beginning of time there, right? Well, I got a question, but you don't really need to answer this. I'll just lay it out there. If a woman is always right and a man is always wrong, if a man tells a woman she is right, is he wrong?
Things that make you go,
Yeah, I know it. Well, Tennessee tells me I'm pushing all her buttons all the time there, but I have never found her mute button. See, I'm still looking for that one.
You better not tell her that.
Yeah, I know it. All right. Well, your first stuff is this is going to be a dirty joke, but it's not. It's really funny. As I slowly slipped my finger into her hole, I could feel it getting wetter and wetter. I took my finger back out, and in a second, she was going down on me. I thought to myself, Steve, I really need to get a new boat.
There you go.
Yeah, you know that's right. Well, I got a couple other things there. Let's make sure we ain't bumping on. No, we're not. This Illinois road, this is on the drive. An Illinois road closes twice a year for snakes to cross. They're afraid the snakes will get run over. Now, you can walk in there on foot, and they guarantee you ain't no telling how many snakes you're going to find in there walking, but you can't drive it through there because they're scared you'll run over these endangered snakes. Well, there ain't but one kind of good snake in my book, and that's a dead one there, right? And, you know who Brittany Force is?
Absolutely, yes. Set the new record there, 341 mile an hour.
Absolutely. You know what? She's a good-looking baby doll, too, so that's all of my baloney for this go-around. We'll call in that loneliest hour, and today is home day, baby. That's all. Let's get it done, Steve.
There we are. All right, Knucklebuster, that's all his baloney for this time around. See what Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion bull hauler, has on his mind.
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
Hanging with them. How's your week going?
Oh, it's going good. I wanted to talk about this English proficiency thing. There's several different things here. You know, you made a comment about them not being able to read highway signs. Well, there's a deal called the Uniform Control Devices Act, and I've been to Guatemala 3 times, and other than the fact that things are written in Spanish, I can drive around down there because their signs are the exact same as they are here. You know, a stop sign shaped the same way, a gold diamond sign shaped the same way. And but the question I got is this. When this passes, are they going to put a bunch of troopers and cops out here and pull over every single truck out here and see if you speak English? If you do, they shut you down, and then all these loads don't get delivered? Or is this going to be something that everybody that's out here that doesn't speak English now, it'll just be going forward when you go to take the test? I mean, think about that. How are they gonna enforce something like that?
I'm thinking it's going to be, I mean, as things are right now, it's going to be the same. If you have an incident or an accident or a violation, get pulled over like for road check. I mean, I'm assuming road check's coming up in a couple weeks, and how many of these drivers might they come across that lack the English proficiency? They're going to put them out of service. So I guess when you're put out of service, another driver is going to have to come pick up the truck, but they are going to have the English proficiency to pick the truck up. It's going to be interesting to see. And when they put them out of service, are these companies just going to pay the fine or whatever and then put them back in the truck the next day? Or are they going to make them learn English?
Well, here's the thing, too, when it comes to enforcement. I've got several friends that haul livestock out in California, and they all have non-emissions trucks, and they register those trucks in part of their registration is California, and California knows what year and make and model their truck is, and they take their money every year when they register it. So, to me, a lot of this enforcement stuff seems like it's kind of a joke. They make a rule in a law, but they don't ever enforce it, and the rest of us are out here stuck driving around these DPF trucks that don't run very well, So I'm hoping they can come up with a plan and figure out how to get it straightened out. I mean, as long as I've been driving, I've known plenty of guys out here that don't really know English, and I know a lot of guys that come up from Mexico that are pretty good drivers, and I don't know if they're bilingual or not, but like I said, if you look it up, I can't think of the exact name of it. It's like the manual traffic control devices or manual uniform control devices or something. But all the signs, because the U.S., Latin America, and South America, when you go to those different countries, you don't tell nobody you're from America because they're from America too. You say you're from the United States. And you got highways like I-25 in the U.S. that ties into Mexico, and they get down there and they all end around the Panama Canal, and then they restart again back to South America. So a lot of those signs are, you go to Canada and all the signs up there are similar to what we got down here too. It's just that there might be, up there they got bilingual writing on them. In a lot of spots in Guatemala and Guatemala City, there's a lot of bilingual writing on the signs, so that could be another way the U.S. ends up going too. I wouldn't be surprised in 10 years if you start seeing bilingual on a sign. In Canada, it's just French and English, and down in Guatemala it's Spanish, and up here it probably have to be Spanish too. So I'm like you. I'm going to be interested in how they're going to enforce all this, and when they shut these guys down, are they going to have to come back and prove they can speak English to a certain point? Because all you got to do is be able to recognize the sign, and you can pretty much make your way. Like I said, I can drive in Guatemala. I don't know very much Spanish, but I know what all the signs indicate.
Well, I know the whole. I mean, I understand the whole. Yeah, a stop sign pretty much looks like a stop sign. Whether it's whatever language, stop sign, a yield sign, What you have, maybe the slow-moving vehicle sort of sign. Those things, there's a lot of signs out there that are not signs of that nature. You're in your construction zones. Oftentimes, you may be in a zone where it says, typically your trucks are supposed to stay in the right lane, right? Yeah, there are construction zones where the right shoulder may be soft, and they'll have the signs up, all trucks use left lane, or trucks left lane only. And you'll see, you'll know those that can understand reading the English language, they'll be in the left lane. And you got a bunch of them that obviously have no idea what that sign said in the right lane. What about the clearance level signs for bridges and overpasses? Yeah, we cited the example of, can you read the sign that says, runaway ramp ahead, 3/4 of a mile, or escape ramp, use left lane, because sometimes they're on the right, sometimes they're on the left, and those sort of things. Again, it's going to be rather interesting, but hey, what would it turn into?
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hey, by the way, Cincinnati Reds and the St. Louis Cards got rained out. Postponed this past day, so they're slated for a double header here this 30th day of April. So first game will be at like 12:40. First pitch time this afternoon. I guess game number 2. What time is that going to be? That was probably originally scheduled to be a 6:40 p.m., but I'm not exactly sure. So, a double header action today. Good morning, sunshine. What's happening?
Good morning. I figured I'd let all the drivers know that the pilot, or the 19 at exit 50 in Wilmington, they are starting to get their new pumps put in. So they're going to take them down two at a time in the daytime doing them. So right now they're working on 21 and 22. So I figured I'll let everybody know that they're starting to get their new pumps in.
Okay.
And I got a question on Hot Shot Secret.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the formula for it like for the older diesels?
The Stiction Eliminator, that would be good in any old, new gasoline, diesel. It's good for all of them.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering because my motorhome's diesel and his big truck's a diesel.
Yep.
Or, the big pickup. And I was wondering, because they don't get run all that much, but when they do, I'd like them to run smooth.
Absolutely, yeah. So, yeah, you're, like I said, the Stiction Eliminator for the oil side, that can go in gas or diesel engines. Obviously, if you're going to use, like, the fuel additive, you're going to use the Diesel Extreme or the everyday diesel treatment on the gas side.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I was just wondering that.
All righty. Well, Sunshine, good to hear from you.
So,
anything else?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go in here and drop this trailer and wait for the next one at DHL.
Gotcha.
So, have a good night.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy your hump day, and thanks for chiming in there, Sunshine. Multiple law enforcement agencies partnering for a commercial vehicle inspection operation along the Baltimore-Washington Parkway last week. The 22nd and 23rd, connecting Baltimore, Maryland to the D.C. metro area. According to the Prince George's County Police, 148 commercial vehicles inspected, a total of 650 violations identified. Of those, 76% of vehicles were placed out of service due to serious driver issues or critical vehicle defects. U.S. Park Police, which also took part in the operation, additionally reported 170 citations issued and that the operation resulted in one arrest for driving while intoxicated. The Park Service reminds drivers commercial vehicles are prohibited on all National Park Service roads in the Washington metropolitan area. Hey, close out hour number 2. Back with more after this. Rolling into Hump Day. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says,
"We've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet."
While marking his first 100 days in office at a rally in Michigan.
We're here tonight in the heartland of our nation to celebrate the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country. And that's according to many, many people.
The president speaking at Macomb Community College in Warren, north of Detroit. Trump says he's lowering inflation and ending what he calls transgender insanity. He went on to highlight his attempts to curb illegal immigration and showed a video of alleged gang members being deported to El Salvador. The White House has signaled they are not extending the Real ID deadline.
Kentucky lawmakers sent a letter to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem asking for a delay on Real ID enforcement, citing the potential for long lines at MVD offices. The Trump administration says all states will need to comply by the May 7th deadline. Real IDs and enhanced security driver's license needed in order to board any domestic airline flight. John Summers, USA Radio News.
New data out today shows for the first time ever there are more than 7 million Americans living with Alzheimer's disease.
New York doctor Nikhil Pellikar says the latest Alzheimer's Association Facts and Figures report shows 7.2 million Americans now living with the disease.
This is concerning because the rates of Alzheimer's keep going up.
He notes 2 new FDA-approved meds, lecanemab and donanemab, are helping to slow the progression of symptoms in people in early stages.
This is the tip of the iceberg. We now have newer treatments, and many more new treatments are currently under research studies and are showing some good potential.
He also stresses research examining the benefits weight loss drugs could have on targeting brain inflammation to reduce the risk of disease. I'm Jennifer Pulsoni.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Some 55,000 Los Angeles County employees are on strike.
The union says the strike, which is set to last through Wednesday night, was called over failure by the county to negotiate a new contract. Organizers say the county has been contracting out work that's supposed to be done by union members and that pay offers have been insultingly low. The county says it will have a hard time with raises because of the recent wildfires, loss of federal money, and a huge sex abuse settlement. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
If you've got a runny nose, itchy throat, and are sneezing and wheezing, you're not alone right now.
Tree pollen season has hit the Northeast hard and is expected to get worse as it continues through May. Website pollen.com has put New York City, Albany, Concord, New Hampshire, Burlington, Vermont, and Boston and Worcester, Massachusetts on its worst cities list. The New York City Department of Health says asthma emergency room visits are up, especially in children. So are over-the-counter sales of allergy meds. Grass pollen wraps up in May and June, so it'll be a while before allergy sufferers get relief. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Vatican says the work of selecting a new pope in secret is set to begin next week.
The closed-door process known as a conclave will begin on May 7th. Members of the College of Cardinals under the age of 80 are allowed to vote, and the winner must be selected by a two-thirds majority. Voting will continue until white smoke is seen from the chapel chimney, signifying there is a new pope. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory
factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Last week when I was citing back in the day, many moons ago, when Walmart locations around the country would have aisle after aisle, end caps, photographs, company employees. This product made in the USA. Support American workers. We support American workers. Remember those? That's long gone history. When everything started coming in from China. Well, Walmart announcing a new program to help small businesses in the U.S. in a victory for the tariff policies of President Trump. The retail giant said their Grow With Us, aka U.S. program, would help businesses in the U.S. navigate the complexities of retail and bring their products to a national stage. Walmart will be taking applications from small businesses for the Open Call program to help U.S. businesses submit their products. We've seen firsthand how investing in small businesses results in better assortment, better meeting the needs of our customer base, and supporting jobs and growth in communities. John Furner, President and CEO of Walmart U.S. So the Open Call program. Events for the program will be held in Kansas City, Baltimore, Atlanta, Austin, Texas, and Columbus, Ohio. Now, they say they have a similar program in Mexico as well as India. John Rainey, the company's chief financial officer, had previously indicated that more than 2/3 of the products they sold were made, grown, or assembled in the U.S. The third that we import from all over the world, but China and Mexico are the most significant. A couple of years ago, they announced a plan to spend an additional $350 million on products made, assembled, or grown in the U.S., which would help create about 750,000 jobs, according to their website. Now, Walmart also resumed importing Chinese products after a pause, despite the massive tariff. After meeting with President Trump last week, according to CNN, factory owners in China said that the orders had resumed from Walmart as well as Target. In 2 months, the shelves in the U.S. will probably be empty. Now, that's according to one factory out of China. American supermarkets don't have much inventory left. We're also waiting to see how the situation develops. Our toys are low value-added products. If tariffs drop to around 30%, it will be easier for our customers to accept, according to another factory owner. Of course, we've seen the stock market's initial reaction with a big drop. We have now seen six consecutive days because we ended the day higher once again on Tuesday. I believe I saw a headline that this past day gave us the longest consecutive day run of upside on the market that we've seen so far this year in 2025. Well, good morning, Pappy. What's happening out there?
What's going on, man? It's raining. Well, it was. Rain. For the next several days, it looks like there's a chance of rain. Hey, Steve, did you know that Chuck Todd is claiming to be a journalist now?
Chuck Todd?
Yeah, claiming to be a journalist. Oh, Jesse showed some clips of Chuck Todd throwing mainstream media, the communist mainstream media, CNN, MSNBC, under the bus, dude.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He was claiming he never covered up Biden's cognitive abilities.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It was the mainstream media and politicians. He named Nancy Pelosi, all the Democrats, and they hid it. He didn't hide nothing. All the folks on CNN and MSNBC, they're not journalists. They're opinionated, right? But he's a journalist. Oh, I just had to laugh at that. Also had to laugh, Steve. Steve, have you ever seen this? Where you got, let's say, a mass shooting, right? And they arrest the suspect. They charge him. And CNN and CBS, all the communist media, puts his mugshot up on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Do they blur that mugshot out, Steve? You ever seen that? Did they blur Trump's mugshot out when it got plastered all over TV? What I'm getting at is, I don't know if you've seen or heard this, but Trump really pulled a fast one. So on the lawn of the White House grounds,
right,
he put a bunch of signs, yard signs up with all these mugshots, right, of all these illegal criminal murderers, rapists, robbers that were deported. What did the communist mainstream media do? They blurred out their faces, claiming they were allegations against these people.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Steve, listen, man, Democrats are freaking out over these tariffs. And they are in cahoots with the mainstream media to try to get us all to freak out, try to sabotage Trump policies. Just like they tried to sabotage, well, they probably did, that little... Remember that Senate meeting that Monica had right before he went in and talked to Trump, and all them senators kind of convinced him to go in there and try to
get some
tell
more
Trump how it's going to be.
Yep.
Trump kicked him out. Steve, I was watching a couple, Stephen K. Bannon's. He has a lot of economists on there. One of them he always has on there is Peter Navarro. He's one of Trump's advisors. See, there's a lot of signs that these tariffs are going to work, and the Dems are freaking out. Because if they do work, they said the economy is going to boom. So what do the mainstream media do? What do they do best, Steve? They got to lie. They got to bash the facts like one of your callers stated earlier, or maybe put it up on Facebook or something. They're still at it, Steve. They're just going to lie. They cannot have Trump in and look good. They got to sabotage him. And try to use these midterms that are going to be coming up in a year and a half. Yeah, a little over a year and a half. Steve, what would you say if I told you I'm beginning to think the cartels infiltrated D.C.? Steve, I think it's a good possibility.
Now, what makes you think that?
Well, you got federal judges harboring.
Right. Yeah,
members.
that's for sure. Yeah, that's
okay. The blurring their faces, trying to get this dude back. What's going on? Is this really the hill they want to die on? I mean, we know all them NGOs down there that were involved in facilitating these illegal crossings, right, down there in the Darien Gap. All them NGOs that were being paid with our taxpayers' money, and we know who's responsible for making sure these people get across the border. The cartel. They're getting rich. They're getting rich and a lot of sex trafficking going on. Steve, I heard some whistleblower a few months back. I didn't really mention it. I think he was on, I want to say it was Alex Jones. And everybody plays Alex Jones to be a whacked out nut. But I'll tell you what, a lot of stuff that he has said in the past has come true. I think that's where I heard it. But he was saying that, I don't know if he said evidence or circumstantial evidence, but he was saying there's a lot of DC that are being involved with the cartel, making money. I'm starting to think it's probably true, Steve. I mean, look how they infiltrated Mexico, man. I mean, who runs the government down there, really? Especially the local governments. You become sheriff down there, you do what they say or they kill you. So I don't know, Steve. What do these cartel members have on some of these federal judges? Other Democrats. Kind of brings me to the old Epstein thing, Steve. How come we're not hearing nothing? Have you heard this? There's been like 3 victims and a couple witnesses that ended up dead in the last couple months. Things that make you go,
Right.
We haven't heard hiding her hair. I said, have some patience now. I was the first one that came out and said these kind of investigations, man, they take time, boy. But apparently there's been a couple victims that have actually came out on TikTok and put some videos out saying, listen, I'm not suicidal. I do not care if you redact my name anymore. I want something done. I want some of these perpetrators on Epstein's Island arrested. And we're not seeing anything. And Steve, I'm beginning to really think what I said before about how I think this is a CIA and primarily an MI6 big operation here, man. This is a big op. They ran the show here. We got probably high-ranking political figures across the planet that were involved in this. And you talk about shocking the world and shaking this planet like a dog shaking fleas off of them. So I don't know, man. I'm wondering if even the Trump administration is thinking, man, this do we really want to drop this bombshell?
Well, I mean, because I was thinking just here a few days ago, when Pam Bondi came out and, she said, well, we got a truckload of documents. How long is it taking to go? It's been, what, a month and a half now? And not a peep.
Yeah, not a peep. I don't know, so we'll see. we'll see what happens. Man, India and Pakistan, Steve, what the heck is going on there? They are exchanging nuclear threats back and forth. You seen anything on that?
I can't say that I have, no.
Yeah, I was chitter-chatter about that. What's going on with them, too? One of them was threatening to nuke the other, and the other was like, come on, bring it on. Anytime, date. You want to get it on, let's get it on. And they're both nuclear powered, man. Steve, then another thing is I heard Trump is trying to move a lot of our stuff out of China into India. And they've gone at what I should write this stuff down. There's a new beltway that they're trying to get opened up with trades, starting in India, going into Saudi Arabia, over to Israel. It's supposed to be a big deal. I can't remember what Trump was calling that. So pay attention to India, man. That's the big word here. He's trying to move a lot of stuff out of China into India. And obviously back here to the United States, too.
Right.
Because we cannot be the countries, man. It's just, Steve, if we don't fix this, there ain't going to be a country. I mean, it's that simple, man. If we don't fix this, our grandkids, our kids, especially our grandkids, there's not going to be no free country. All right, brother. That's all I got, man. Can't think of anything else. Man, when I saw Chuck Todd, I gotta bring his butt out. Journalist Chuck Todd. All right, man. Hammer down. Everybody be safe. Put the raincoat on. You're gonna need it, Steve. Appreciate you taking the call.
All right. Yeah, thanks for checking in there. All right, Pappy, have a good morning. It is 844-844-3388. Let's jump to Brain Dead, see what he's got going on. Morning, Brain Dead.
Oh, morning, Steve. It's another lovely Monday. But let me respond to Eagle and what he's talking about Memphis first. Now, you didn't upset me at all. In fact, you're just stating facts. I mean, if you really want to dig into it, what the problems is in Memphis is the district attorney and the judges. You could probably do a little digging and research this. And Dingbat will back me up on this. When Amy Wyrick was the district attorney before Steve Mulroy, she was really tough on crime. Anything with drugs, you're going to serve your full sentence and then some. Whatever the law said, she applied that. Steve Mulroy was elected because we elect our district attorneys. He is so soft on crime, it's not even funny. I mean, a donut looks harder than what he is. It is so bad. The state legislature put pressure on a judge to step down and retire because he was issuing too many released on recognizances that was outpacing everybody else. And what really broke his case was he let a man go on ROR that had a second-degree murder conviction. And no, folks, I did not stutter, second-degree murder. Just for him to about 8 months later, to reoffend to go back to jail for the exact same charge.
Wow.
Now, the other part of the problem is that idiot police chief we got. Now, no offense when I say this, but this woman is so soft, even like I said before, the donut looks harder. Look at right now, the Tyree Nichols trial is just kicked off and underway. When the Tyrese Nichols death happened, she disbanded the gang unit. A lot of this crime, probably about 75 to 80% of this crime that's going on, not just murders, but also the theft and everything else, is done by the gangbangers. So how can you solve the problem with the crime if you don't have the gang unit who monitored and tracked all these gangs in the city of Memphis? Kind of hard to do that. So that's why the crime's out of control. That's why the city looks like crap.
So again, the liberal judges, liberal district attorneys, the same in most of the left-leaning, where they let the bad guys out on the streets over and over again. And as Pappy has said many times before, a majority of the crime in this country is done by the handful of the same people. You let them out, they recommit. You let them out, they do it again.
Yep. But real quick for Knucklebuster, and I heard Eagle say this the other morning. Brittany Force did the top fuel race, 341 mile an hour at the 4 Wide Nationals, but it was also at the 1,000th top fuel race, because before the racing started for the weekend, Big Daddy Don Garlits, that's a name everybody in drag racing knows, he was presented with a replica of the first top fuel trophy, and Sean Langdon won the top fuel as well. Austin Prock won the funny car, and Dallas Glenn won the pro stock. Now, real quick, something in the NASCAR world. Where was it at? Remember Jesse Love, who had the problem with the trailing arm, got penalized and all of that at Rockingham? Well, they brought that over to the race at Talladega, and I sent you a video on that too, so you could kind of sort of see what they're talking about. Now, I know last night the topic of Pete Rose came up, and I suggest for Eagle to please go to Google and do some research, because he made a comment last night that I'm going to touch into in a minute. Now, you know where I stand with the whole Pete Rose getting into Baseball Hall of Fame is he should be in there in stats all day long. But because he broke the rule of gambling on baseball, doesn't matter if it's against another team or your team, doesn't matter. All right? It's still against the rules. So, and trust me, I've met Pete Rose a couple of times. Heck of a nice guy, salt of the earth. But the problem is the gambling. They had 4 players, a couple years ago, that were caught gambling. They were gambling on like basketball games or football games. They're still banned for life. The NFL has the same policy. Last season or a couple seasons before, 7 people that worked in the front office of the Jaguars got banned because of the gambling. They weren't betting on the team, they were betting on other stuff, but still, gambling is gambling is gambling. Pete Rose broke the rule. Now, the one thing Eagle said
what about the performance-enhancing drug users? Because, I mean, there are some that aren't in there, but apparently there's a number that are. We'll pick up there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is touting his first 100 days in office while holding a rally in Michigan.
This is the best, they say, 100-day start of any president in history, and everyone is saying it. We've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet. It's all just kicking off.
He spoke at Macomb Community College in Warren, north of Detroit, and claimed his first 100 days are the most successful among any administration ever, adding it's just kicking off. He made comments regarding the lowering of inflation and ending what he calls transgender insanity, and also criticized new efforts by some Democrats to impeach him, saying judges ruling against his administration are obstructing the enforcement of U.S. law. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 300 points. The S&P 500 added 32 points. The Nasdaq rose 95 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare.
Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Trying to talk to Brain Dead there. I was trying to tell him, turn off your caller ID. That's because I inadvertently did something I probably shouldn't have done. When I was trying to put him back on hold, either I hit snooze caller, which that would snooze his number for 24 hours. I might have hit ban caller. I don't know. But he was trying to call and call. I know there's something you can hit. It's like a star 63 something to remove your caller ID. Normally, I don't take calls if it comes from an unknown caller. Because you know what happens with those. Typically, they're the scammers trying to get in to do something stupid. All right, so if he can figure that out, I don't know. Meanwhile, I apologize to Brain Dead. Okay. Morning, Philip. What's happening?
Oh, he'll be all right, buddy. He'll call back in. I know he will. Well, if not, he'll use Paulie's phone.
I actually tried to. I called him on the cell phone. I was talking to him, and I came out of the break. That's why the bumper was playing so long. But I was trying to tell him. I said, "Turn off your caller ID." I don't know what the number is to do that. I'd have to Google search.
I don't know either. Dude, all I do is I just drive to work and do my thing, and that's what we all do.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, I'm going to take a second here. I want to let everybody know, is there anybody out there that likes Universal and you want to go to the new park? It's, Universal built that new theme park. It's called Epic.
Yeah.
And when theme parks open up things, it comes in stages, and that park is slated to open up the 22nd of May. And they have what they call previews. So they have cast previews first to test the rides. Then they'll go into the annual pass previews to open the rides. And then they go into what they call soft openings, which soft openings means they open the park up to the public. I just want to let everybody know that if you are down in Florida at this time, within this next week to 2 weeks, they have opened the passes up for people to come to the park. So you have the availability to buy passes and go to Epic now. Just letting people know that, and they're soft opening it. Now, they had a big rush yesterday to where they had people waiting 2 hours to get in the queue to buy the tickets. And I'm not sure the pricing on the tickets. I can't tell you that because I'm not a Universal cast member. I know nothing about Universal. I just know about this preview because I'm hearing it from a lot of the folks that I work with and a lot of the folks that I see that are going over to Universal right now. So I just wanted to let everybody know that, Steve, that if you're down here in Florida within the next couple of weeks and you want to go to the new park at Universal, you do have the availability to buy a ticket to go to that park. But you're going to be waiting. I mean, yesterday it went from 2 hours down to 7 minutes just to get in the queue. It's up and down. People, it's just for different dates and times, and that's what it is. They're not doing a reservation service, but they're capping the amount of tickets they sell per day. So I just thought I'd let a little theme park stuff come in there. And I know they're a competitor of ours, but, it's something that there's a lot of people that enjoy Universal more than they enjoy Disney. And I get that. I understand that. Just like it's apples and oranges. Everybody has their own favorites. So, but getting on to the CDL thing, Steve, you were talking about the CDL as far as the language goes with the English language. Okay, what I think they're doing right now with the CDL, they should have done years ago. When the CDL came into play, Steve, we had tons of guys out there with multiple licenses. Wasn't that the reason behind us going to the CDL, Steve?
Correct.
Originally? Mm-hmm. To get away from, all right, was a way for us to establish one license for all the states and for us to go out and be tracked more. And we were able to see people's information. Okay? Well, they're doing the same thing with this language thing. They're standardizing it now to where it's set from a federal aspect instead of a state aspect. Just like when they went to the CDL years ago. We all had chauffeur's license back in the day. And then when the CDL came into play, we had to get the CDL. You know, it's the same process. The only difference is they're doing it with the language now. They finally realized that, hey, we've got to standardize the language thing to make sure that everybody speaks English. It's no brainer, is it, Steve? It's not that dumb of thinking about it. They're just standardizing it across the board to where every state has to go by the same guidelines when it comes to language in the United States. That's all it is. It's not that hard to explain. Now, as far as the budget cuts and the tariffs and all that stuff, the budget cuts, you know who NOAA is, Steve? You ever heard of that organization? It's a government agency.
Yeah, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, correct.
You got it. All right, so those folks, what do? Number one is they predict the weather. So all the stuff that's happening with tornadoes, hurricanes, natural disasters, who's big into that? NOAA is. What's another thing they do? They try to see what climate change does to things. So they are researching science on how the climate is changing. Well, that portion of the deal is getting changed. Okay? That's where the funding is going to be cut in there. Now, is it going to be cut on the predicting the weather side? Don't know. Couldn't tell you. Hope it doesn't, because we sure need that. I mean, obviously, where I live at, we need it. And we need it more since we've had more tornadoes and floods and fires. Okay? But in reality, that's what they're doing. Like, did you hear about the cuts with NASA, Steve? Have you heard about any of those?
I'm not sure about NASA, but yeah, I mean, I know the NOAA cuts, and it's all about most of the NOAA cuts are in regards to the so-called climate change research, which, you know, Trump pulled out of the Paris Accord anyway, so he's not really concerned about all that.
Yes. Okay, look at it this way. There's a guy studying oysters in Italy for NOAA. Do we really need a guy over in Italy studying oysters and the growth of oysters and how the climate affects them?
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying that's stupid, because that guy is doing what he feels he needs to do to make a living, and that's what a lot of biologists are all around the world doing things, checking things out. I don't have any problem with that. But when you sit down and you look at how much money this country has wasted in the last, let's even just use a regular number, like 50 years, and how far in debt we are, that is what they're trying to do. That is the rationalization behind it. Okay? Now, with NASA, we've thought that there's going to be big cuts with SLS. That's the Space Launch Systems, that, you know, that rocket that's going to go to Mars or going to go to the moon. All right? I think there might be some cuts in that department. I don't think they're going to cut the program out, but I do think that you will see more commercialization of space. Okay? I think what's going to end up happening is the federal government's going to go to people like Elon Musk and say, hey, you develop the SLS system and you bring it to us. That's what's going to happen. I'm just using that as an example. I'm not saying he's going to do that. He's not going to do that, because Elon Musk has a big financial gain in that system as well. And a lot of people don't know it, but he's developing the moon rover, or the moon lander, for that mission to go to the moon. Okay? So that's taking money out of his deal if that system is depleted. All right, and cut. What they're going to be cutting is a lot of the probe stuff. So we send probes all around the place to go look at things. They're going to be cutting a lot of that. They're going to be cutting a lot of this telescope stuff. You know what I mean? We've seen the deal with the Hubble over the years. We've seen it with all these different kinds of telescopes that they put out there to get, you know, to go further into space. A lot of that funding is going to be cut. Okay? Mm-hmm. And it's something that we got to deal with. I mean, it sucks to be us, as Tony Beets would say. Anybody who watches Gold Rush knows who Tony Beets is. But the thing is, we have to do it as a country. It's about saving money. And that's something that we haven't been doing. We haven't been saving money, and that's what's happening. And a lot of people are getting really peed off about it, for lack of a better way of saying it, and upset. But when you sit down and you do it, and you're trying to rationalize where all this money's going, and that's what Elon Musk's Doge was about, let's find out where all this funding is going. We need to find out where it's going. So it's just food for thought, and that's what we need to do. We need to sit down and think about things and realize what's going on. So y'all have a good night, buddy. I appreciate you having me.
All right, Jen, maybe tomorrow night or something when we get an opportunity. I was going to, in other space news, I was going to say, I guess, that the assembly of Amazon's big new satellite internet constellation is underway. Now, this is going to be totally separate from the SpaceX. They've got the whole Starlink broadband network. Yeah, but a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket lifted off from Cape Canaveral, carrying 27 of Amazon's, I guess it's Project Kuiper broadband spacecraft toward low Earth orbit. The first of more than 80 planned launches to build out the project. This is another mega constellation that will eventually supposedly harbor more than 3,200 satellites, spacecraft. I mean, that's a big number, but it will not set a record. SpaceX, the Starlink network, which already is beaming service down to customers around the world, right now has more than 7,200 operational spacecraft. It's amazing how fast that they're growing that. And Starlink, probably Project Kuiper's biggest competitor, continues to grow all the time. SpaceX has launched 31 Starlink missions already so far this year, with a whole bunch more on the docket. Matter of fact, there was a Starlink launch less than 3 hours before the Atlas V launch. And they had another plan less than 4 hours after that. It's just amazing how quickly they're going. If all goes according to plan, the Atlas V deploying the 27 satellites 280 miles above the Earth. The spacecraft will then make their own way to their operational altitude of 392 miles, while the satellites complete the orbital raising process. They said we'll be looking ahead to our ultimate mission objective, providing end-to-end network connectivity, according to the statement from Amazon. Now, their project involves sending data from the internet through the ground infrastructure up to the satellites, then down to customer terminal antennas, and then repeating the journey in the opposite direction. They're expected to begin providing coverage sometime later this year, according to Amazon. This was only the second launch for this particular program. They sent another launch to orbit back in October of 23. That was pretty much a test mission to prove that the technology would work and that the design of the constellation would be operational. It is 844-844-3388. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Minnesota's got a dozen events from Arlington to Waconia. It's 1, 4, 5, and 6 for Michigan, Indiana, the Carolinas, and Wisconsin. This, as NTPA member state organizations bring truck and tractor pulling to fairs and festivals of all sizes. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. We conclude our long look at the 2025 NTPA sanctioned event schedule with the entry level of championship pulling, namely member state events. The association comprises several state organizations which provide a first step in a regulated pulling competition. Let's begin in the Southeast with the United Pullers of the Carolinas, who were supposed to get underway in Taylor, South Carolina this past weekend. The 2-day Tigerville tractor pull will be postponed until summertime. Check ntpapull.com or the NTPA app to find out when. This coming weekend, it's the University of Mount Olive Benefit Pull in Mount Olive, North Carolina on Saturday, May 3rd. Then on May 16th and 17th, the Wilson County Fairgrounds 300 takes over Wilson, North Carolina. Winston-Salem's Piedmont 300 assumes center stage on August 22nd and 23rd before Wilson welcomes its second event, the County Fair Invitational, on September 17th to wrap the UPOC slate. Moving north, the Hoosier State Tractor Pullers Association will present a quartet of pulls in 2025. On June 25th, it's Richmond, Indiana's Wayne County Fair Pull. A month later, on July 25th, the Bartholomew County Fair brings the smoke and noise to Columbus, Indiana. Muncie's Delaware County Fair Pull follows 2 days hence on July 27th. And the granddaddy of them all, the Indiana State Fair Pull, will gleam in the afternoon sunshine of August 3rd. The Bull Ring Pullers get one of their own on Labor Day Saturday, August 30th, at the Saline Community Fair in Saline, just outside Ann Arbor. On to Wisconsin for a half dozen of Wisconsin Tractor Pullers Association state shows. Stanley's Truck and Tractor Pull on June 6th, the Ettrick Lions Power Pull at Ettrick on June 14th, the Langlade County Fair Pull in Antigo on July 25th, the Colby Pullers Clubs Pulling for a Purpose on August 16th in Colby, Loyal's Corn Festival NTPA Pull on August 23rd, and over Labor Day weekend, it's Sturgeon Fest. That truck and tractor pull invades Gem Falls on August 30th. Finally, we get to the Land O'Lakes and the United Pullers of Minnesota's 12 state events. The Corcoran Lions Club will host 2 of them on May 31st and August 23rd in Corcoran. Herman's Grant County Fair Pull is set for July 18th, with Faribault's Rice County Fair Pull a day later. On July 25th, the Scott County Fair Pull in Jordan takes place, and then Arlington Sibley County Fair Pull rounds out the month of July on the 31st. That's the first of 3 straight days of pulling that also hits the Pipestone County Fair in Pipestone and the Chippewa County Fair in Montevideo on August 1st and 2nd. The next 2 are also back-to-back on August 7th and 8th, namely the Mower County Fair Pull in Austin and the Sarver County Fair Pull in Waconia. The Ogilvy Raceway Pull on August 22nd comes just ahead of Corcoran 2, and then the Howard Lake Tractor Pull shuts the lid on the season on September 6th. The entire list of state polls may be found on the schedule page at ntpapull.com, and this year the brand new NTPA mobile app available for download on Android and Apple will also include event information and, where available, lineups and results for the association's member state events. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
All right, brain dead if you're listening, and I sent you a text message. I did a quick search there. It's if you dial *67, and then the number, it'll gets it eliminates the caller ID. Now that works for the Android or the iPhone. So maybe try that. He had tried and tried and tried. I apologize. Again, I have to find out. Got a meeting with Ryan later this morning. Yeah, if I can find out how to maybe... I actually did that to Knucklebuster one time here, a year or so ago. And I think, thank goodness I hit the snooze caller because it only blocked his number for like 24 hours. If I hit the band number, it's like, you're blocked. All right, meanwhile, a couple minutes before we hit news break, top of the hour, there's plenty of room for you. Line should be working for everybody else. Just not brain dead. It's 844-844-3388. Update from the state of Wisconsin. You had the judge coming up on the federal charges, interfering, trying to protect that illegal alien here about a week ago. The Wisconsin Supreme Court this past day suspending that judge. The judge accused of helping the illegal immigrant evade capture from Immigration and Customs Enforcement. That was the case where the illegal was actually in the courtroom. ICE agents were outside the courthouse, and she found out. She went out there confronting the ICE agents, yelling at them, and actually goes back in, takes the suspect and his attorney back into her chambers and lets him out a back door. Said, disappear. Those ICE agents actually pursued on foot and actually caught the guy, but she is now being charged with 2 federal felony counts. One obstruction and one concealing an individual. She was arrested last Friday at the Milwaukee County Courthouse. In a 2-page order, the Wisconsin Supreme Court said, we are acting to protect the public's confidence in the court system as Judge Dugan goes through her criminal proceeding. It is ordered that Milwaukee County Circuit Judge Hannah C. Dugan is temporarily prohibited from exercising the powers of a circuit court judge in the state of Wisconsin, effective the date of this order and until further ordered of the court. Now, the Associated Press actually noted that liberal justices actually control that state's Supreme Court 4-3. So apparently even at least one of the liberal judges agreed that I think she may have crossed the line there. And I guess depending on the outcome of those proceedings, the federal charges, a very good chance I think she will be disbarred and no longer a lawyer or a judge for life. I think that should be the case, right? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Speaking of which, coming up as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, rolling into a brand new day. In our next hour, the border czar, Tom Homan, says Mexico, in effect, is paying for the southern border wall. Someone I was talking to yesterday, can't remember who that was asking, are we actually even working to build the wall? Biden had sold much of the border wall materials to build. Apparently, we are indeed building some wall as we speak.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says,
"We've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet."
While marking his first 100 days in office at a rally in Michigan.
We're here tonight in the heartland of our nation to celebrate the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country. And that's according to many, many people.
The president speaking at Macomb Community College in Warren, north of Detroit. Trump says he's lowering inflation and ending what he calls transgender insanity. He went on to highlight his attempts to curb illegal immigration and showed a video of alleged gang members being deported to El Salvador. The White House has signaled they are not extending the Real ID deadline.
Kentucky lawmakers sent a letter to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem asking for a delay on Real ID enforcement, citing the potential for long lines at MVD offices. The Trump administration says all states will need to comply by the May 7th deadline. Real IDs and enhanced security driver's license needed in order to board any domestic airline flight. John Summers, USA Radio News.
New data out today shows for the first time ever there are more than 7 million Americans living with Alzheimer's disease.
New York doctor Nikhil Pellikar says the latest Alzheimer's Association Facts and Figures report shows 7.2 million Americans now living with the disease.
This is concerning because the rates of Alzheimer's keep going up.
He notes 2 new FDA-approved meds, lecanemab and donanemab, are helping to slow the progression of symptoms in people in early stages.
This is the tip of the iceberg. We now have newer treatments, and many more new treatments are currently under research studies and are showing some good potential.
He also stresses research examining the benefits weight loss drugs could have on targeting brain inflammation to reduce the risk of disease. I'm Jennifer Pulsoni.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Some 55,000 Los Angeles County employees are on strike.
The union says the strike, which is set to last through Wednesday night, was called over failure by the county to negotiate a new contract. Organizers say the county has been contracting out work that's supposed to be done by union members and that pay offers have been insultingly low. The county says it will have a hard time with raises because of the recent wildfires, loss of federal money, and a huge sex abuse settlement. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
If you've got a runny nose, itchy throat, and are sneezing and wheezing, you're not alone right now.
Tree pollen season has hit the Northeast hard and is expected to get worse as it continues through May. Website pollen.com has put New York City, Albany, Concord, New Hampshire, Burlington, Vermont, and Boston and Worcester, Massachusetts on its worst cities list. The New York City Department of Health says asthma emergency room visits are up, especially in children. So are over-the-counter sales of allergy meds. Grass pollen wraps up in May and June, so it'll be a while before allergy sufferers get relief. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Vatican says the work of selecting a new pope in secret is set to begin next week.
The closed-door process known as a conclave will begin on May 7th. Members of the College of Cardinals under the age of 80 are allowed to vote, and the winner must be selected by a two-thirds majority. Voting will continue until white smoke is seen from the chapel chimney, signifying there is a new pope. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, another hour as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. That would be where Santa Claus checks in from. Top of the morning, Steve. 52 here in Portland, Oregon tonight, where we're visiting the grandkids this week. All right, so enjoy time there with the grandkids. Thank you, Santa Claus, for checking in. There's Rick in Columbus. Hello, Rick. Norman checks in from north central Kansas at the Home 20. Off duty for a few days. Says, I'm just going to lay around and be lazy. Sounds like a plan to me. And hello to Gary. Good to have you with us as always. Philip mentioned NASA cuts, NOAA cuts. NASA is facing significant budget cuts, including potential workforce reductions and program cancellations, primarily in the Science Mission Directorate in the Astrophysics Division. It's all part of the broader White House proposal to reduce overall NASA budget, which, of course, this crosses the gamut of all federal programs. The draft budget proposes a 20% reduction in the overall budget, potentially lowering their budget from $25 billion to $20 billion. The Science Mission Directorate is projected to see a 50% cut. The Astrophysics Division experiencing a nearly 70% reduction. So preparations for potential workforce cuts to align with the mandate to reduce the size of the federal workforce, according to Space News. Several key missions and projects like the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope could be canceled due to the proposed cuts. I'm not even familiar with the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, whatever the heck that is, but we've got the James Webb out there we just launched a few years ago that's bringing back incredible data of the universe. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Doug.
Thanks for taking my call, Steve. I got a quick request for you. Would you be able to pass my number on to Heatwave?
I think that would be feasible.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Sure enjoy listening to the show.
All right.
Well, I don't have much else to say. I guess I could always comment on a very myriad of things. But I was kind of touched by Scarecrow's call the other day. I'm not passing judgment on him, but I felt that I don't have the right words to put to it, but it was very heartfelt what he said, and took a lot of courage and a lot of good character.
Right.
So I wish him well.
He's kind of beaten himself to death over the whole thing, but I guess, we all make mistakes, right? No man is perfect.
Well, I would be beating myself up as well, but it could happen to any one of us.
Yeah.
I mean, just the right situation. Like I said, no judgment. I just sure appreciate him, talking about it the way he did. I just appreciate it, and I wish him the best.
And we look forward to hearing from Scarecrow again more often here. I mean, he said he'll check in every once in a while, so.
Yeah. Another thing on these tariffs, I like what Pappy has to say about the tariffs. There's a lot of bad press about the tariffs in the news. Walmart said they issued a statement, I think you talked about it, that their store shelves are going to be empty here or less full halfway through this week or the coming week. I just think we should wait and see. Just wait and see what's going to happen.
Because they did just announce that they have started placing orders again with China. So I think they're in the mode where they do believe a resolution will be forthcoming. I mean, China can only hold out so long. They're playing hardball, undoubtedly. You're trying to say that we don't need the U.S. Well, yeah, we purchase $500 billion worth of their goods every year. No, China cannot divest themselves of the United States. And pretty much vice versa. But our friends at Breitbart News, the economics editor, Jane Carney, he always breaks things down in easy-to-understand terms. He said, when the government reports first quarter GDP this week, brace yourself. Yeah, the headline number could look downright recessionary. But don't be fooled. The American economy, like Mark Twain, may be forced to declare that rumors of its death are greatly exaggerated. Blame it on tariffs, or more precisely, on businesses behaving rationally ahead of the tariffs. Faced with the prospects of new duties, U.S. companies did what any rational economic actor would do. They pulled forward massive quantities of imports. If you know prices are going up, you buy now, not later. The Census Bureau's March Advance Economic Indicators. The report confirmed Tuesday morning. Imports surged a jaw-dropping 5% month over month. Consumer goods imports rocketed up 27.5% from February. Capital goods imports up 3.8%. Automotive vehicle imports jumped 6.6%. Meanwhile, exports grew modestly up 1.2%. The result of that, our international trade deficit widened sharply to $162 billion, and that's just the month of March, up from $147 billion in February. You look a little deeper, the year-over-year numbers are even more telling. Imports of consumer goods were up an eye-popping 55.5% from March of 2024. Capital goods imports were up 22.2%. Industrial supplies up 37.8%. In other words, this was not a blip, as they say. It was a front-loaded flood. They go through a whole bunch more numbers, but I'm not going to bore you with that. Yeah, it's called front-running, which is actually a vote of confidence in consumers. Think about what it means that all these businesses rushed to get imports here. If the chief executive officers expected a collapse of the economy, they would not have been loading up on merchandise. You don't hoard inventory if you think you're about to be stuck with it. You do it when you believe the buyers are going to be there. There's also some technical quirks, adding a bit of noise to the data. A new accounting system introduced by Canadian Customs caused some delays in reporting some U.S. exports to Canada. Census has issued placeholder estimates that will be revised coming up in June. That likely means exports are being understated right now, and the trade deficit is at least temporarily exaggerated. Thus, while the first quarter GDP report might appear like an economic obituary, it's actually more like an optical illusion. Tariff anticipation, not consumer despair, is driving that ugly headline. Of course, that's not going to stop the Democrats and their allies in the legacy media from greeting that negative GDP print with barely concealed glee. They'll be giddy about it. A bad headline number will fit neatly in their preferred narrative of economic mismanagement, regardless of what the underlying reality is. Expect the usual suspects to be trumpeting the recession. The recession's coming, hoping that most voters never bothered to read past the first paragraph. Now, the lesson for each of you, pay less attention to the headline GDP figure this week and pay more attention to the internals, particularly final domestic sales, non-residential fixed investment, excluding structures and inventories. America's real economy is still alive, still buying. Businesses are still hiring. Output is still growing. It's just that the statisticians' formulas, like old sails in a sudden storm, may flap a bit before they fill with wind once again. As Mark Twain might say today, don't let a dire-sounding headline put you in mourning clothes. This economy still has plenty of life left in it, even if the quarterly scorecard needs some explaining, which makes great sense to me. I love how they put those things together. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, Brother Rambler coming up here momentarily. First, I guess that's going to answer the question. I guess I hit the snooze caller. I snoozed you.
No, it's more like the old timer. But Steve, come back to me in just a few minutes if you don't mind.
Okay, I do know that. Now make sure you hit return to queue, not snooze. Brain Dead was able to get back through. Yeah, when we cross over the midnight hour here in the West Coast, that resets everything to a new day. So it's a new day, and he was able to get back through. Hello, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God. Hello, Steve, and hello to all of our listening audience all over the United States and all over the world listening to us on the World Wide Web, on the Steve Summers app, Rumble, YouTube, and, of course, on our terrestrial radio stations carrying the Steve Summers The Overnight Drive. Glad you are here, and I'm glad to be talking to you. Steve, I've heard about Scarecrow's phone call. I have not heard the phone call myself, but I've had other listeners reach out to me for us to start praying for him. Is it all? Can you elaborate about what happened? Apparently, whatever happened, it was made public, and I don't want to comment because I hadn't heard it.
Okay. Yes, he did finally. I can't remember what month it was last year. He was at a biker rally. He liked to ride his Harley and whatnot. He went to a rally one day on a Saturday afternoon, and he and the guys kind of participated in some adult beverages. He was on his way home that night, less than a mile from the home, 20, and there had been some rain. And there was a wet spot in the road he didn't see. He took a turn. He lost it, had a nasty wreck. If he didn't have a helmet on, he would have probably been dead. But ultimately ended up getting a DUI. No one else involved, just him alone on his bike, no other vehicles, no other injuries. But ultimately, CDL suspension. I don't know if it's for a year or whatever, but his whole life was kind of turned upside down in just that instant. All those years of driving, and of course now the company with that on his record, he can't drive for him, and that's the condensed Reader's Digest version.
Okay, and I've heard the same thing, and I have not heard the phone call. A couple of the listeners said you need to go back. I think it was last Thursday he called in, and, this is no judgment for me, but how many times have I called this show up saying if you're a CDL driver, you've got to protect your CDL, and this is not me judging. Mm-hmm. This is me loving you, saying, you can't go out there. We cannot go out there and smoke pot. We can't go drink beer and stuff like that. I mean,
even on the weekend,
there's no judgment here.
Even on the weekend, in your own personal vehicle. I mean, he wasn't in his commercial vehicle. It was in his personal vehicle, but it has that same detrimental impact. Yes.
Yes, it does, and. This goes back to what the message was this past Sunday at Determined Ministries Church, which you can find us on Facebook with that. And the message was a self-made hell, a self-made hell. We talked about how Jesus, and I kept on getting ascend and descend. I kept on getting that mixed up. How Jesus, when he lay dead in the tomb on day number 2, how he descended into hell and ministered to the fallen angels and spirits. We don't know what he was said, but then we go by the book of Ephesians, where he went over to Abraham's bosom and led captivity captive and got them out. And, you know, you may have made yourself a self-made hell, whether by what's happened to Scarecrow, that's a self-made hell, whether you're in depression or whatever. Jesus can descend into whatever self-made hell you have made for yourself. And you may think you're not worthy. Oh, you're very much worthy, God's children. He loves you. And we're going to be praying for Scarecrow. And this is the reason why we have grace and mercy. Steve, the definition in God's eyes of grace and mercy, mercy and grace, is God's greatness or God's goodness to an undeserving humanity. We don't deserve it, but he gave it to us in the form of his son, Jesus Christ, who bled and died on the cross for us. And God bless Scarecrow. That's why we always say we pray for all our friends, family, loved ones, acquaintances, because I don't know Scarecrow personally. I've talked to him privately, so I consider him an acquaintance. And, of course, our enemies. And, you know, we have a couple of callers that call up this show. One particular caller, I have not heard from him in a while, but the last time he did call, he made a threat against one of our dearly beloved callers down there in Florida. A threat to do bodily harm to him. Now, I'm looking at the text message that driver down there in Florida sent to me. And he don't drive no more. But you know what he said whenever he heard that phone call? He hadn't messaged me. He hadn't say, you know what? I wish he would find me. I'd blow his brains out. You know what he said to me? Brother Rambler, we need to pray for him. Absolutely. We pray for even the ones that hate us, our enemies. We really want to pray for them. So you may have a self-made hell that you made for yourself. You may have someone that just hates your teetotal guts and wants to see you dead. Love them anyway. That's why I preach love, 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 love. Even with the alphabet people, show them love. I mean, I'm not their judge. I go by what the Bible says, and the Bible says you die in that kind of condition, you're not going to make heaven. And I don't want to see no one, Steve, that I know, no one bust a devil's red hell wide open. So that's why, I mean, because if you knew how bad hell truly is, you wouldn't want your worst enemy to ever step foot there. You know, I had to have a window regulator put in my Tahoe, and the guy that put it in, him and I were talking. I tell you what, I know we're getting close to the break. You want to hold me over and I tell you this story about what he told me, what he experienced whenever he died? It's a pretty good story.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that here. All right. First of all, how about our Dumbass of the Week nominee? Now, the rescue of a 27-year-old Chinese student from Mount Fuji, producing a wave of criticism. Now, to be clear, people aren't mad that he had to be rescued. What they're mad about is he had to be rescued twice in the same week. The Japanese authorities received the first call for help from the student, whose name was not revealed, on April 22nd, told responders he had developed altitude sickness. Yeah, when your body doesn't have enough. So he was actually rescued, airlifted from the slopes. Well, just 4 days later, on the 26th, he was back on Fuji, back on the trail, about 10,000 feet above sea level. He had gone back up the mountain to find his cell phone and other belongings he left behind with the first rescue. Yeah, going back was not a good idea. Of course, he developed altitude sickness again, unable to move, found by another climber, and had to be rescued again.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is touting his first 100 days in office while holding a rally in Michigan.
This is the best, they say, 100-day start of any president in history, and everyone is saying it. We've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet. It's all just kicking off.
He spoke at Macomb Community College in Warren, north of Detroit, and claimed his first 100 days are the most successful among any administration ever, adding it's just kicking off. He made comments regarding the lowering of inflation and ending what he calls transgender insanity, and also criticized new efforts by some Democrats to impeach him, saying judges ruling against his administration are obstructing the enforcement of U.S. law. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 300 points. The S&P 500 added 32 points. The Nasdaq rose 95 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Let's get the rest of the story, as one Paul Harvey used to say. All right, Brother Rambler, go ahead.
And the rest of the story. The man that put the window regulator in, Brother Tom Kroll is his name. And good guy. He was putting it in because I had no idea what I was doing. I may deliver auto parts, but I'm sure not a mechanic. So we got to talking, and he knew he knows I pastor a church, and he began to tell me what happened to him. He's like, I did a little time in prison. I thought I was saved. He said, I thought I did everything right, was raised Catholic, did everything right, figured, well, okay, if I'm not saved, if I die, I'll be in purgatory. He said, brother, I had a massive heart attack 3 years ago, and I died. Literally died. They had to bring me back to life. He said, I want to tell you right now, I went right straight to hell. And he said, he looked at me, he stopped working, he looked me eye to eye, face to face. He said, there's no other place scarier than where I ended up and how they brought me back to life. And when they brought me back to life, I saw the Lord Jesus reach down and pull me up. He said, I made my commitment right then and there. I for real got saved and started living for Christ. He said, everything that you see or hear about hot burning garbage, sulfur, just the most evilest and most heinous things you could think of is there waiting on you. He said, I made my mind up. He said, I don't care what anybody thinks about me. I don't ever want to go back there. And I believe that the look on his face and how serious he was, I believe every word that man had to tell me. And, he's fixing to sell. He told me I'm fixing to sell my house. I got a daughter that her and her husband live up there in Alaska, and I'm fixing to sell my house, and I'm 53 years old, fixing to sell my house and move up there and just be a full-time grandfather and live up there with them and trying to tell as many people as I can about Jesus. I said, man, you go for it. You go for it. So, we're going to keep praying. We're going to keep loving, because that's the whole purpose of having Determined Ministries Church, Steve. For that one person or two or maybe 100 to come to know the same Christ that I know, the one that never gave up on me, the one that never turned his back, the one that even though you may have made some mistakes in your life, or as the message says, a self-made hell, he's right there. The Bible says in the book of Psalms, if I made my bed in hell, you're there with me. If I ascend into heaven, you're there with me. He's there with you no matter where you're at. And you just have to trust him. And, when we talk about praying for everyone, pray for our friends, family, loved ones, acquaintances, even our enemies, when it comes to the enemies part, we really need to start practicing that more. Because as bad of a place as that is, you don't want your worst enemy to end up going there, God's children. Well, that's about all I got, Steve. Want to remind everyone to keep praying for Miss Polly Metz. I have no idea who she is, but I know what the Lord told my heart. And the Lord told my heart that she's my child, and I love her, and I want you to let people to know to pray for her. So we're going to let you know to pray for this dear, sweet, sweet woman. God knows your need. Please, please, please keep her in your prayers. And just come on and visit us every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time or Central Time. And we love to have you. The door is always open. There's no judgment or condemnation from me. I just want you to come on in, log in, be with us, and, you know, sing. I'm not the world's greatest singer, but you know what? I sing for Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And the message this Sunday, Steve, the Lord's already gave us. We're going to be talking about the parable of the 10 virgins, about how 5 were wise and 5 were not so wise. So we're going to get into that, God's children, and just come on and join us. And afterwards, there's another show that comes on at the 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern. Steve, you know anything about that?
We'll be right back here where we are at this moment, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, sir.
That's right. And listen, Steve, grilling season is quickly approaching us. And I know you have a pool. You'll probably have it all nice and cleaned out. And grilling season is upon us. Well, what's grilling season? Grilling season begins when Memorial Day happens. That's when a lot of people say, you know, grilling season. So if you want to be out there manning the grill or womaning the grill there, we'll be a little bit more inclusive there, and you're going to need something to keep that drink cold, Steve. And I recommend you go to overnightdriveradio.com, get yourself some Steve Summers swag. And look, ain't it a 30-ounce mug that we sell? Ain't it a nice, beautiful royal blue with the show logo on it? I believe that's what it is. I think we got trucker hats, we got T-shirts, we got even the 50-cent stickers, and we got Hot Shot secret packs you can buy.
Yep.
With diesel treat, stiction eliminator, everything you need for your personal vehicle and for your diesel truck. You can go to overnightdriveradio.com, and it's all right there. But I want to encourage you for grilling season because, like I said, you know, it's going to be kind of hot out there. You know, we go from peeing and moaning about being cold. Now we're going to be peeing and moaning about being hot and all the mosquitoes. And, hey, you know what? We may not could do too much about the mosquitoes, but we can keep your beverage cold. So go to overnightdriveradio.com. And remember, God's children, protect your CDL. I know, I'm sorry what happened to Scarecrow, but that should be a wake-up call to a lot of drivers. You have a CDL to protect. Remember that. You have a CDL to protect. So, you know, if you get a little bit overserved, call an Uber or call a taxi. Call your wife, even though she may fuss at you all the way home, or call someone to come and get you. Protect your CDL. And leave the devil's lettuce alone as well. You're not supposed to be doing that while you're driving a truck. And I say that out of love. And love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And the next time I call up, I got an update on that little old dog that was in one of my stores with me. I ran into the manager. They gave me an update on the dog, and it's all good. We love you, God's children. We'll talk to you later.
How about that? Yeah, he had sent me some pictures of that doggy. Somebody had let him out somewhere, and he was hungry, but he followed him right into the store. He's like, "All right, I'll be ready for the full report." Hey, it's Derby week, as they call it. Louisville, Kentucky is abuzz, and one of the original and longest-standing traditions of the Kentucky Derby Festival, known as the Great Steamboat Race, that has taken place on the Ohio River since 1963. They say, ask any local. This event has become a Louisville tradition in the lead up to Derby weekend. This event will pit vessels against one another, including the Belle of Cincinnati, as they compete for bragging rights in this race on the river. Yeah, the Belle of Cincinnati was declared winner in 2024. Come see if our beloved local steamboat reigns supreme and takes back the coveted silver antlers here in 2025. Race lasts about 2 hours. It finishes back at the wharf. After the race, the victor is awarded the pair of silver antlers during an awards ceremony on the Belle of Louisville. So I guess you can participate. You can, I guess, $200 for a ticket for the Belle of Louisville. Obviously, there's limited availability, which includes a cruise on the Ohio River, a dinner, beverages, open bar, and live entertainment. That's $200. Bella Cincinnati tickets, $85 just for the cruise, or $130 for dinner and the cruise. And, of course, all right, there you go. Big event, Derby week. Yeah, the Derby Festival, as they call it. So a lot of folks will be down there for the great steamboat race today on the wharf at the waterfront, 4:30 till 7:30 here later on this evening. There you go. All righty, let's try again. Hello, Brain Dead.
Boy, you had good time. I was trying to leave that pickup over there in Russellville, and I'm like, crap! I know he's going to come to me next. Damn it. Dadgummit. But no, let's get back to the topic we were talking about. Now, you claim, and Eagle claims, that there are players in the Baseball Hall of Fame that were on steroids when they were elected. Who? Who are they?
Let me see here. Well, they say Mike Piazza, Jeff Bagwell, Ivan Rodriguez, Ortiz, and there's others.
All right. Ortiz, those players were in the era of steroids. They played in the era that it was all this started going down. They were never tested positive for steroids. See, like A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez, in my opinion, is one of the best hitters in baseball. Like I said, one of the best, not like a Mickey Mantle DiMaggio, but of more of the modern-day players. But he was caught, and he served a 211-game suspension for it. He will never be in the Baseball Hall of Fame. Andy Pettitte, Roger Clemens, we of course know Sosa and McGuire. So if we lift this ban on Pete Rose, why don't we put them in too? Why don't we just say, hey, look, you know what? Screw it. You know, everybody can break the rules and we can get in. Because the thing you've also got to remember, Pete Rose was never criminally charged with anything. Where does the pardon really come in at? I'm not making the connection. Now, he could probably make the pitch to lift the ban, but ultimately it's up to the baseball writers to put him in the Hall of Fame. Now, if I remember right, Pete Rose was banned in 1989. You're only eligible for the Hall of Fame 5 years after you retire and 5 years after that. Once you hit that 10-year mark, you're done. Goodbye. That's it. No more. So now we're, 30 years out of this? Does the eligibility reset? But also that, do the baseball writers even want to put him in there because of the gambling controversy at all?
All I could say is if you want to be honest about the statistics and the records, all the things he did before he ever bet on baseball, yeah, he's one of the greatest players of all time, and I think he should be there.
Oh, no, like I said before, stat-wise, yes, no argument, none whatsoever there. But it's just the gambling part and breaking the rules. Because if you got to bend the rules for one, you got to bend the rules for the other. It's kind of like going out here, Steve, and you run 100 miles an hour down the interstate and Pappy catches you. You get off with a ticket, even though the law says you go to jail. That's the same thing we're doing here. Pete Rose got caught gambling. We're going to bend the rules, give him a slap on the wrist, and throw him in. But still, if Manfred even lifts the ban, the writers have got to put him in there. That's the other question that people are missing on.
Do you actually think that they wouldn't?
It depends on the writers. You've got, I think it was like 50 or 60, maybe 75 writers that vote these people in. And he's got to have a good majority. Now, some of them, they might, but it's hard to tell because it's kind of hard to tell who the writers really are and what their stance is on it. So, like I said, anything's possible. It's going to be something really to watch because it's like I said, if you lift the ban for him, let's go ahead and put the 1919 Chicago White Sox in there who were fixing the games against the Cincinnati Reds. You know, fair is fair, right? They were doing the same thing as gambling. It just wasn't called gambling back in the day, which I find funny, Steve. I forgot to mention this to you. Did you? I don't know if you saw this or not, but they found the 1919 World Series game ball and buried it, entombed, I think somewhere at White Sox Stadium. Thanks, Eskimo Mom. Anyway, they buried it there in hopes that they actually have a non-125 game losing season. I think I sent you that. I can't remember that, but still, ultimately, I would put him in there based on the stats alone. But like I said, you got other people joining with you. It's hard to say what one person's going to do, Steve.
Well, maybe if we could just get maybe like the Memphis district attorney to be in charge of baseball, he'd set him free.
I don't know. He probably don't even know what the word baseball is. He probably couldn't even tell you the first word about it. But something else too that me and Rambler were talking about here a few days back. Have you noticed something with the Yankees and the Mets? And I think maybe one or two other teams using that torpedo bat. They're hitting like 20 plus home runs a game. Have you noticed this or seen anything about this?
No, that's all new to me.
Yeah, some engineering physicist or somebody has came up with this torpedo bat, and they say it's comparable to a regular bat, and they're using it in play. I mean, I know the Yankees have been using it and a few other teams, but if you go look at the scores, it's like 20-3, like what the Reds did that one night with 24-2. I don't know what it is. It's kind of hard to say, but But Steve, I got more stuff for you. I'm going to try to get a hold of you tomorrow night.
All right. Well, seeing as you're not on the banned list or the snooze list, we'll talk to you then, all right? There you go. Thank you much.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Yeah, to be honest with you there, Brain Dead, I've never even heard of a torpedo bat. I guess I'm a little bit behind. I did a quick search there, torpedo bats. Yeah, all kind of headlines, various sports networks from around the foghorn. The first 2 San Francisco Giant players confirmed to have used torpedo bats go hitless. Yahoo Sports a couple of weeks ago. Which MLB players are using the new torpedo bats? Yankees lead the way. All right. And I guess, scroll on down. Are torpedo bats legal? To which they say, yes, torpedo bats are currently legal in Major League Baseball. These bats feature a weight distribution toward the barrel and a narrower end. They are permissible as long as they meet the MLB requirements for the bat size and shape. The Rule 302 states that the bat must be a smooth, round stick, not more than 2.61 inches in diameter at the thickest part, and not more than 42 inches in length. And the torpedo bat adheres to that standard. So, all right, I'll have to start paying attention. Well, good morning, Hippopotamus.
Yeah, thanks for bringing me back here, Your Honor. Yeah, I'd heard about those torpedo bats a little bit before there. So, yeah, apparently down there at the grip end, they're a little lighter. Out there at the, where they make contact with the ball, they're a little more stout. And, I don't know, maybe they give the ball a little more whack.
You got a little more sweet spot, as they call it.
Out, but maybe. But if they're within regulation, it's not like the old George Brett pine tar deal there where the pine tar's too far up above the grip of the bat to be qualified. Who was that? Was that Billy Martin that went screaming out on the field there with George Brett with the pine tar?
Yeah, and who was using the corked bats? Remember the corked bats?
Yeah, there's always been, loaded bats and stuff like that. People try to scam in, but yeah, that was the big thing I remember there is the Yankees and the Royals and the pine tar saga. So anyways, there, speaking of sports, I didn't quite hear Brain Dead mention this, and you were talking about the Kentucky Derby. Did you realize that the late great Toby Keith there was a racehorse person?
I did.
I did
touch on that last evening. Until last night, I was not aware of that, but I came across the story where, he's one of the horses. He's got a horse in the Derby this year.
Yep. I was going to pass that along, and of course, right when you say that, I'm traveling down through downtown Baltimore to get to my second loading location, and there comes a thing talking about the Preakness from May 10th to the 17th. Get ready for the Preakness. So I guess we got the Derby and then the Preakness and all that. So and then I guess the Belmont. Of course, the Belmont again this year will not be in New York City because of their construction and improvements that they're doing there. And the race again will be up in Saratoga. And then after that, the next 2 years, the Preakness will not be in Baltimore. Mm-hmm. The Preakness is actually going to be held down in Laurel.
And I'm trying
closer to D.C.
Trying to remember, is Bob Baffert's still banned in Louisville? He got a 3-year ban or something? Yeah. Hey, final hour coming up. We'll be right back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's Hot Shot Secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish. With unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says,
"We've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet."
While marking his first 100 days in office at a rally in Michigan.
We're here tonight in the heartland of our nation to celebrate the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country. And that's according to many, many people.
The president speaking at Macomb Community College in Warren, north of Detroit. Trump says he's lowering inflation and ending what he calls transgender insanity. He went on to highlight his attempts to curb illegal immigration and showed a video of alleged gang members being deported to El Salvador. The White House has signaled they are not extending the Real ID deadline.
Kentucky lawmakers sent a letter to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem asking for a delay on Real ID enforcement, citing the potential for long lines at MVD offices. The Trump administration says all states will need to comply by the May 7th deadline. Real IDs and enhanced security driver's license needed in order to board any domestic airline flight. John Summers, USA Radio News.
New data out today shows for the first time ever there are more than 7 million Americans living with Alzheimer's disease.
New York doctor Nikhil Pellikar says the latest Alzheimer's Association Facts and Figures report shows 7.2 million Americans now living with the disease.
This is concerning because the rates of Alzheimer's keep going up.
He notes 2 new FDA-approved meds, lecanemab and donanemab, are helping to slow the progression of symptoms in people in early stages.
This is the tip of the iceberg. We now have newer treatments, and many more new treatments are currently under research studies and are showing some good potential.
He also stresses research examining the benefits weight loss drugs could have on targeting brain inflammation to reduce the risk of disease. I'm Jennifer Pulsoni.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Some 55,000 Los Angeles County employees are on strike.
The union says the strike, which is set to last through Wednesday night, was called over failure by the county to negotiate a new contract. Organizers say the county has been contracting out work that's supposed to be done by union members and that pay offers have been insultingly low. The county says it will have a hard time with raises because of the recent wildfires, loss of federal money, and a huge sex abuse settlement. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
If you've got a runny nose, itchy throat, and are sneezing and wheezing, you're not alone right now.
Tree pollen season has hit the Northeast hard and is expected to get worse as it continues through May. Website pollen.com has put New York City, Albany, Concord, New Hampshire, Burlington, Vermont, and Boston and Worcester, Massachusetts on its worst cities list. The New York City Department of Health says asthma emergency room visits are up, especially in children. So are over-the-counter sales of allergy meds. Grass pollen wraps up in May and June, so it'll be a while before allergy sufferers get relief. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Vatican says the work of selecting a new pope in secret is set to begin next week.
The closed-door process known as a conclave will begin on May 7th. Members of the College of Cardinals under the age of 80 are allowed to vote, and the winner must be selected by a two-thirds majority. Voting will continue until white smoke is seen from the chapel chimney, signifying there is a new pope. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, one more round here on a Wednesday morning. Hump day as we actually close out the month of April. How about that? We'll kick off this hour with an answer to my question. I was questioning is Bob Baffert back this year? The answer is yes. Disgraced and decorated, Bob Baffert is back at Churchill Downs this week ahead of the 151st Kentucky Derby with a tale to tell. With a 3-year suspension now in the rearview mirror, stemming from the 21 Derby winner, Medina Spirit, testing positive for drugs. Baffert returned to the horse racing spotlight, hoping to author another chapter in his complicated legacy. Bob says, everyone's been really nice. They say they're happy to see me, and I'm happy to be back. All right, morning line favorite, Journalism, who has 3-1 odds out of the number 8 position, is the deserving favorite according to the 72-year-old trainer. That's not one of his horses, though. With a pair of entries in the first leg of the Triple Crown to be run Saturday night. The draw was not the reception he'd hoped to receive. Citizen Bull at 12-1 which was expected to be the trainer's best chance at a strong finish, drew the dreaded number 1 position. He said, I wish I had the challenge flag. If I had it, I would have thrown it. Citizen Bull, winner of the Eclipse Award as the top 2-year-old winner last year, was the fastest of the 15 horses worked out at Churchill Downs on Monday. A 6-time Derby-winning trainer with 2 Triple Crowns. Yeah, Baffert can break the tie with Ben Jones with his 7th victory this week. Yeah, he's been actively running horses during the Churchill Downs suspension that was lifted in November when he forfeited his legal fight against the ban and winning. All right, to get a 17th win in a Triple Crown race this week, Baffert appears to have come to the realization it might be up to Rodriguez, who was winner of the Wood Memorial, who drew the number 4 position. Mike Smith vying to become the oldest jockey to win the Derby at 58. Will be on board and said he was pushing to get Baffert back in the winner's circle. Okay, so yeah, the plot kind of thickens. Do you bet on a Baffert horse? And some say, well, you never bet against a Baffert horse. I don't know. All right. Hey, good morning to the blind man.
Good morning, Steve. I really enjoyed the rally last night. I caught it on One America News, so it was really interesting. But I am getting a little bit nervous. I wish the Republicans would speed things up if they can and get Trump's agenda passed in the House and the Senate. Of course, the Democrats are going to do everything to block it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sick and tired of these white liberal women shrieking. Drives me nuts. Hillary in particular reminds me of my former wife. So we got to get ready for the midterms, and we got to get out there and vote and make sure that the Democrats never get a majority for the rest of my life, I hope.
No doubt about it, blind man. So how's everything else going?
Well, I went to the back doctor yesterday, and he wants me to get some kind of scan, MRI or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming along. I'm not hurting as much, but I can't believe it's been a year, not quite a year, that I actually had back surgery. So I am healing. I'm not hurting as much, but if it weren't for my caregiver, Maria, I would be in deep doo-doo getting from point A to point B. And she makes sure that I am fed properly and make sure that the house is halfway clean. The cleaning crew came yesterday and cleaned the house. One of them said, compared to other houses, we have to clean yours is the cleanest of them all. I thanked her for that. And anyhow, that's about all that's going on with me in my life. And I just wish you guys the best of luck and all that. Especially enjoy hearing Brain Dead. He made me an honorary truck driver.
Oh, yeah?
That would be a hot one. Okay, steer a little bit to the left. No, a little bit to the right. I actually had somebody who was too drunk to drive and wanted me to drive him home. I said, I'd be weaving worse than you would. And he says, well, I'll tell you how to steer. I said, I ain't driving you home. So we got a cab, and I guess he got his car the next day.
There you
but
go.
He actually wanted me to drive him home.
Stranger things have happened there, blind man. All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Thank you much. In other industry headlines, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration has denied a request that would have allowed 17-year-olds at a high school in Washington State to acquire a commercial learner's permit. In a notice that was published in the Federal Register this past Monday, the FMCSA announced a decision to deny the exemption request from Connell High School. Last year, the school asked them for an exemption that would allow students under the age of 18 and enrolled in the school's CDL program to obtain a learner's permit. As part of the program, 17-year-olds would receive 180 hours of classroom, field, and drive time instruction before earning a CDL at age 18. Current regulations allow commercial drivers to begin operating intrastate at 18. Interstate truckers operating across state lines, of course, must be at least 21. As part of their denial, though, the FMCSA cited a 2020 study indicating that younger and less experienced truck drivers are more likely to be involved in crashes or moving violations. Granting this request would allow drivers who are both young and inexperienced to operate commercial motor vehicles. The available data does not support a determination that such an exemption would likely achieve a level of safety equivalent to that achieved by following existing regulations. They had received just a measly 32 comments in response to that exemption request. It was nearly evenly split. 17 opposed and 15 in support of the exemption. Most of those opposed voicing concerns about the lack of maturity. One commenter says, "You gotta be kidding. Yeah, these kids haven't even learned to drive a car yet. They're truly irresponsible with cell phones and self-discipline when driving as it is. I'm tired of every Tom, Dick, and Harry being able to skate through straight to a CDL or a permit." Most of those in support of the program tried to use the old narrative of, hey, we have a driver shortage. Where have we heard that before? All right, we got somewhere out in the lovely deserts of Las Vegas, Nevada. Morning, senor.
Good morning. Yeah, a truck just pooped out on us. I guess that the sensor that was put in that I was told about ain't working right, so here we are derated. And it's going to be 60 to 90 minutes for them to send a tow truck driver out here. I was like, hell, I'm just 30 minutes out of Vegas. What the heck? So, anyways. I missed out on the first couple hours there. Anything good happening in the world today? I was asleep all day.
Well, just pretty much rehashing some of the same old tariff talks. The English language proficiency discussion that Trump signed the executive order on day before yesterday.
Has some judge decided that was unconstitutional or illegal? An injunction against it?
We kind of expected that. Yeah, Dan made that prediction. I have not yet seen any judge that has said anything about it yet. So,
well, I don't know why they would be so damned against it, because it's already in the books.
Correct.
I mean, good night. So, and as far as blind men goes, yeah, you're right. Tired of hearing the screeching of the liberal Karens out there. But that's all they can do. They either screech or cuss, or they just act like, oh my God, you're wearing a red hat. I'm hurt. Help me. He hurt me. God, why do people think that cussing and acting like you're being hurt, or having this false outrage that you're even a Trump supporter, is going to do anything but increase the support for Trump? That is absolutely, would they be doing this if it were someone else, a Republican, as a president?
it's just an attack on him. And if you attack him, then you're attacking the other 77 million of us that voted for him. And then, the Democrats, when they're all, well, he signed all these things and nothing's happened yet. Well, it's easier to tear down something than it is to build up. So, damn good and well that if we were to have that attitude against a Democrat, they would be telling us the same thing. It takes time for things to go through. It takes time for things to build up. So I am just so damn tired of this political playing. It's like that Kennedy, Teddy, back in the 80s. When they were talking about for president, he said, "Oh, it's just a game, and I enjoy the game." I'm not enjoying the game because it has real world consequences on the constituents here that haven't made millions from, insider trading or dealing with pharmaceuticals or dealing with anybody that has a cause out there that they want expounded upon. I'm just tired of it all. Let's get, Trump's got the ideas. I mean, it's not like he just woke up one day and said, I think I'll tariff this country. Or, I think I'm going to just maybe secure the wall. No, he already had this planned out. And he said it is going to hurt a little bit. But I mean, the way the Democrats are screaming, "Oh, if we pass this bill, it's going to kill the American people." No, you did that once before with the Tea Party coming in, saying that anything that we were going to do was going to push Grandma over the cliff in her wheelchair. We're deporting 2-year-olds and 5-year-olds and 7-year-olds. No, that was a choice of the mother who decided she wanted to be here illegally. And, it's a choice of the fathers, or I should say father or fathers of those children to say, no, if he's here legally, then it's up to him to take possession of the children. I guess that's not really the right word, but, to be a responsible parent for the children. If they don't want to do it, well, bye-bye. It's not like Trump built cages like Obama did. But, I'm just really tired of it all myself. So, other than that, we had a nice load going to Arlington, Texas from Las Vegas, but Lord knows how long this is going to be delayed for. So, maybe I can catch up on my news and come back tomorrow with some more wittier witticisms, and we'll go on from there. So, other than that, Senor, you have yourself a good night, and we'll just continue listening to the show.
All right. Good to hear from you. Rolling into a brand new day, right? And it is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250. $25 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, back at it here. Who we got on board? Would this be Holly?
Yes, it is.
Well, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Well, doing well. What can we do for you, Holly?
Good. I have two subjects out of the many that we could choose in America today. Homelessness, not only in America, but worldwide, but especially in America. How to address the situation. There have been certain cities that have come through for the homeless people. They have systems set up to get them housing, to get them whatever that they need to get back on their feet. And jobs, if they can work, you know. So that's fantastic because, let's see, about 1999, I was living in Toledo and working for a plant. We shipped out car parts to the surrounding area. Toledo has about 5-6 different plants right around the area. Jeep, Chrysler, you name it, we got it. So, and we were right next to the expressway, as most of the plants are. So it was kind of in and out. Anyway, long story short, FedEx took over, and that was great. They had great benefits, better pay, the whole deal. However, you were docked. If you were late, you got a point. If you were called off, you got a point. You know, you got up to 9 points. Well, I knew, and there were a couple other ones that knew we were always late. We called off a lot. So he actually let me go to 11 points. He said, I don't want to let you go, Holly, but I have to at this point, you know. And I thought, well, you know, I said, I thanked him. I said, I thank you for keeping me as long as you did. You know, I have depression, and that was a big part of it. I didn't want to get out of bed. I didn't want to go to work. You know the drill.
Sure.
You know, it's,
sure.
And yeah. So I ended up, well, I don't know that I think they fired me. Yeah, he fired me. And everybody said, you can't get unemployment if you're fired. I said, I'm sure as hell going to try. Nobody showed up that day. They knew that it was a just cause for fight. I had, you know, all the deal, you know, but they let me take unemployment, which was a blessing because I was a single mom at that point. I had a 5 or 6 year old, you know. So then fast forward a few more years. Well, that same year, I ran out of unemployment the next year, actually. And my landlord kept saying, hey, you know, what's the deal? He came to the house a couple months after I stopped paying rent. And I said, you know, I just don't have it. I don't have a job. I'm not in a good place right now. I was severely depressed. And so we even went to court, and he said, do you have any money? Anything, $20. Will you get, I said, I don't even have 20, Tom. I'm sorry. You know, so we wound up, I rode around that night when we moved out, and I put the key under the mat for the landlord, and I didn't know what the hell to do. I had a little girl, and we had a car, and that was it. That was our place now, was the car.
So you're on the streets.
When I said,
sleeping in the car. So how long were you on the streets? And
right.
you had some programs there.
Well, about a day. Right. It's a day. It was a day. Yeah. We ended up going back to the house because I had the key. I slept on the floor because furniture was gone, but I didn't care. I was so tired. Then I woke up the next day and went and called. I found a couple of homeless shelters in the city. And I happened to get this one Interfaith Hospitality Network, IHN, where you go church to church. Every week you go to a different church and stay. And then during the day, there's a rectory next to the Catholic Church there.
Right.
And we stayed in there.
So they were able to... They helped get you off the streets, right? I've got to pause for the news break there, but we'll be back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is touting his first 100 days in office while holding a rally in Michigan.
This is the best, they say, 100-day start of any president in history, and everyone is saying it. We've just gotten started. You haven't even seen anything yet. It's all just kicking off.
He spoke at Macomb Community College in Warren, north of Detroit, and claimed his first 100 days are the most successful among any administration ever, adding it's just kicking off. He made comments regarding the lowering of inflation and ending what he calls transgender insanity, and also criticized new efforts by some Democrats to impeach him, saying judges ruling against his administration are obstructing the enforcement of U.S. law. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 300 points. The S&P 500 added 32 points. The Nasdaq rose 95 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass. Steve Summers over and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Did we mention Road Check is just around the corner? Travel Centers of America. They've got their service centers offering free inspection services to help you get ready for the CVSA's International Road Check. All right, from now through May the 12th, you can get free mid-trip inspections at participating TA truck service locations nationwide. Now, these mid-trip inspections can help detect issues like worn brake pads, low tire pressure, fuel leaks that could lead to inspection violations and maybe downtime. Now, so you might notice some warning signs in your vehicle that suggest it's time for a mid-trip inspection. Yeah, maybe you've noticed an unusual noise, odor, vibration, maybe smoke or other performance issues. Or maybe a warning light appears on the dashboard indicating your rig needs service. Other issues may not present obvious symptoms, but can be checked and preventatively identified during professional inspections. According to Travel Centers of America, you can use their app, the Truck Smart app, and sign up for your free mid-trip inspection at a TA truck service location near you. But if you haven't circled the dates on the calendar, International Road Check coming up May the 13th through the 15th. We're 2 weeks away. All right, we mentioned earlier the border wall. Haven't really heard. Are we actively building a wall? Have we resumed that? Borders are Tom Homan presenting Monday that Mexico is in effect paying for the southern border wall, thanks to the action they have taken because of President Trump. If you'll recall, when Trump announced the 25% additional tariff on goods coming in from Mexico that are not covered by the USMCA trade agreement to address the flow of illegal immigrants and drugs coming into the country, the president said if Mexico took action sustained over time to stem the flow of migrants and drugs, he would remove the tariff. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum responded later in the month by deploying a combined 10,000 troops to its northern and southern borders. A reporter asked Homan and the White House press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, during the media briefing to talk about the border wall. Can you give us an update on as far as how many miles are being built today? And is Mexico paying for it, as the president said they were going to do? Now, Caroline responded first, saying, since January 1, there have been more than 85 miles of new border wall construction in various stages of that construction and planning. President has made it clear to Congress we want to see more funding for not just border wall construction, but also for support of our ICE agents and our Border Patrol agents who are on the ground facilitating with this mass deportation effort. The reporter followed up. Trump's clear that Mexico's not going to pay for the wall. Is that what you're saying? To which Mr. Homan responded, let's address that. Trump said Mexico is going to pay for the wall. They have in a roundabout way. Have they not, putting 10,000 military on the northern and southern border, taking the action they did with their Remain in Mexico? They didn't have to do that, but they're doing it. Trump's Remain in Mexico policy requires those applying for asylum in the U.S. to stay south of the border while their applications are reviewed. He pointed out that illegal cross-border traffic is at an all-time low, as we know. Leavitt had previously said during the briefing, total attempted illegal crossings at our southwest border hit a record low in February, only to fall to another record low again in the month of March. She noted since March of 2024, while Joe Biden was president, Border Patrol encountered approximately 140,000 illegal aliens. Again, March of 24. March of 25, under Trump, the number was just over 7,000. That was a 95% decrease from last year. Homan says because of this new border security, we're saving millions of dollars every day on the detention, the transportation, the removal proceedings. We've more than made up for the cost of that wall because of the actions of Mexico. So is Mexico helping build that wall? The border czar asked, because we're saving so much money, millions of dollars a day, that we can afford to build that wall. So yes, they're actually helping him build the wall. Now, this is one of multiple events taking place this week where the administration's kind of highlighting the accomplishments of Trump's first 100 days in office, which today actually marks that date, 100 days in office. Well, what do you say there, Knucklebuster?
We made it to the loneliest hour there, Mr. Steve Summers. It's almost quitting time. Well, Miller time, too, right? Well, I don't know. It's kind of early to be drinking a beer in the morning there, right?
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Well, let's start it out right. Let's get it. Oh, yes, sir. You know that's right. Hey, let's get a simplified shout-out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Steve Summers, President Trump, and the Constitution of the United States, and a Fario to all concerned there. Steve, has it got warm enough up there to mow your grass yet?
I did just that yesterday, as a matter of fact. Indeed, yes.
Oh, well, if you had steel in your gas there, it's still good from last year. But all of my equipment went out. The gas was still good. I went out there, changed the oil, spark plugs, filters, all that stuff, and fired them right up. Not a problem with any of them there. Y'all get you some Camille products, some Hot Shot Secret products, and as Rambler said, get you some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products too there. And y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. Y'all done a pretty good job of calling him tonight there. Hey, Steve, did you ever get a chance to check that out on them ball games?
Yeah, everything I found says it's a doubleheader today. You got 12:40 for game one, and then game two is scheduled for 6:40 p.m.
Oh, okay. So ESPN was telling us a lie on that, saying one today and one's tomorrow, right?
I guess.
I wouldn't doubt that. ESPN ain't got their act together there. Did you see where Joy Behar got booed on her own show for telling a Arnold Schwarzenegger joke about affair he had with his housekeeper?
I did not.
I'd love to. I gotta go check that video out there after I get over here to the yard. That's funny. I don't like that woman anyway. There. All I can tell everybody is retain you a lawyer. They are only going to support you if you give them money, Steve. Everybody needs a lawyer. Gotta have him. He'll find the best decision for you. They can work amazing deals there in them courtrooms back there with it, talking to them judges and prosecutors. And don't take. I know your son's a cop and Pappy's a cop, but don't take any of their tests. Don't do that field sobriety test on the road side of the road there. You're going to jail anyway. Just might as well just go to jail, bail yourself out, see your lawyer, and they won't have any evidence against you other than they smelled alcohol unless you got a bunch of bottles in your car there.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he had a bunch of bottles in his motorcycle, did he?
No, sir.
I doubt it. But anyway, never admit to anything. I'm not guilty. I didn't do it. Somebody else's fault there, right? Fair, old Mr. Steve Summers, and have a great blessed day, brother. I'll back out of here and let you wind this thing up.
All righty there, Knucklebuster. Thank you so much. Yeah, there's all kind of advice. The legal experts pretty much say that, but I don't know. In some cases, you end up, where you end up in the hospital, and then they do like a blood draw thing. Yeah, well then, what can you say? Hey, we can add Kansas and Oklahoma to the list of states that are warning residents about these text scams looking to collect unpaid tolls. It's going on all over the country. Last week, the Kansas Department of Transportation issued a notice to the public about text messages falsely claiming to be being from the Kansas DOT, demanding you pay unpaid tolls. Not only does the department not request or collect payments via text message, it also is not the agency in charge of collecting tolls in the state. That responsibility belongs to the Kansas Turnpike Authority. These messages are not legitimate. Do not click on any links. These are not KDOT websites, and clicking the links may expose your personal and financial information to scammers. Not the only state dealing with this. In neighboring Oklahoma as well, residents recently being hit with a wave of fraudulent texts seeking unpaid tolls. The Oklahoma Turnpike Authority said their IT security team has been working with other tolling agencies to identify and deactivate websites generated by these scammers to collect payment and other sensitive information. As of last Wednesday, the group had identified 264 different scam websites, with 146 being deactivated in the past week. Oklahoma Turnpike Authority Executive Director said it's terrible what they're doing. Yeah, I feel bad. I really feel bad for the Oklahomans that are falling for this right now. Now, he added that as the case in Kansas, the agency does not text users for collection of unpaid tolls. The Turnpike Authority will mail a paper invoice to the address which is on the vehicle's registration. But obviously people falling for it one after another, day after day. Hello to Chicken Truck Tommy. What's happening?
Hey, Steve, good morning. Just out here trucking and clucking across Delmarva this morning.
There you go.
You're talking about the road check coming up in a few weeks. Good thing about driving this old chicken truck, them state troopers don't want to mess with us. They don't want to get crapped on. I've seen it many times. They say, get the heck out of here with this stinking POS. Yes, sir.
Really? So give us an update, Tommy. I haven't seen much of anything about the bird flu headlines seem to have really kind of gone to the background. Have things calmed down briefly?
it's all over now. I haven't heard of any sicknesses or illnesses for a while now. We had the protesters around here a couple weeks ago. They wanted to shut everything down around here, but I think they said they only had about a handful show up. Some tree hugger freaks from California.
Right.
But they complain that I see it on their they're called the Direct Action Everywhere. They got a Facebook page. They were on there and complaining. They were complaining that the poultry companies gave them a First Amendment right zone on property at all the chicken plants. I said, well, you should be having. They're giving you your own special place to protest on their property. But they had to complain about that too.
Wow.
I was really hoping to see some out in the roadway, and they were going to meet the front end of this truck.
So how's everything else going on out there? In and around the Delmarva, did you get any of those big storms this past evening, or?
It's sprinkling a little bit right now. It kind of. I was looking at the sky. I felt something. I looked up. It's all stars, but it's sprinkling. I said, "I don't know where the clouds are at, but it's sprinkling out here." And thought just enough to have to turn your wipers on. I hate that kind of rain.
Yeah, most of all that. Yeah, we had some pretty robust storms rolling out of West Virginia into Maryland. I think most of those could have pretty much fizzled out overnight as they were kind of headed your way.
Yeah, most of our storms kind of you'll see them coming, and then they get kind of trickle out, or when they cross the Chesapeake Bay, they kind of trickle out. But you were talking earlier, that's what I called about the new drivers being immature and everything. It reminded me of this young kid I had a few years ago. They sent out, and he, of course, he knew everything. But we were driving up, and we were going up to a farm way out in Pennsylvania, and we're heading up there. He's driving. I told him, I said, "Look, you're going to have to start learning how to use that engine brake when we get loaded, because this thing's going to be heavy as hell. Mm-hmm. You can burn the brakes up just using the brakes only." And he said, "Well, what's that?" I said, "What?" He said, "What's that? What are you talking about?" I said, "You don't know what the engine brake is?" I said, "You know the Jake brake?"
Yeah.
I said, "It's not going to sound like, it ain't going to sound like an old Peterbilt, but, it does the same thing." So I said, "Here, you press that button right there." And he's like, so then he tells me, "Oh, so if I just press this button, I don't have to use a brake pedal no more?"
Okay.
I said, "Pull over and get out of the truck. I'm driving." I got back to the office. I said, "This boy ain't gonna make it." I said, he must have got his license out of a box of Cracker Jacks.
Yep. Had no clue, huh?
No, it's quite sad. Like I honestly don't think that he really took there ain't no way he would have been able to pass the driving test at the DMV, because he couldn't back up worth a lick, and it was just sad. I tell them, I said, "Look, I really don't want people riding with me, because my life's in their hands when they're driving. I don't trust people, so yeah, it's these new drivers they keep lowering the standards. It used to be a year experience, and then went to 6 months, and now they're down to 3 months, just because they're getting more desperate to get somebody in these seats."
Yes, sir. Yep. Well, Chicken Truck Tommy, it's good to hear from you here. Safe travels and enjoy the day ahead. We'll be winding things down here.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, let me see here. We were chatting with Horse Feathers a bit earlier, and I guess you had business to tend to.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I had to jump out, load my trailer. Captains, when you get in line and you're the first in line, you can't be sitting there chit-chatting on the phone.
I got you.
So anyways, apparently yesterday, sometime from the last time I checked my email to sometime tonight, this morning, there was a donation made to the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish truck convoy through my donation page.
Yeah.
From a random listener, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah?
So I would like to say, random listener, thank you very much. It was very generous. And anyways, I wanted to toss that out there real quick because, you know, I greatly appreciate it, you know, and it's gonna make what I do just that much better this year. So again, thank you very much. And but yeah, we had some showers come through the Baltimore area here between 3:30 and 4. So I would imagine what's left of them have gotten across the Chesapeake, and there's over there on the Delmarva now, and kind of making the eastern shore a little bit damp, but yeah, I don't know if there's more to come or not, but our roadways are starting to try to dry up in the wheel tracks again anyway. So maybe we'll get through, but I don't know. They were saying once all this got done, we were supposed to have another pretty sunny day there. So I take it you got your grass cut before all those unsettled atmosphere got coming into you then today.
That is correct. Yes, we had an early round. I guess maybe like midday there, and I knew that was coming in, so I got it done before that. And then some stronger storms came through when I was trying to snooze this past evening, but Princess said they weren't too bad.
Yeah, we didn't have anything come in there until well after dark there, because when I was trying to snooze, everybody else was out there trying to cut their grass, and I don't know how they figured out, but apparently they can't all do it at the same time, because one mows their grass, and then apparently one realizes the other one did it and said, oh, that'd be a good idea. Maybe I should go out and do mine now. So they go out and cut their grass, and then it seems to proceed on to the third and fourth, and it's like, you know, folks, if you all just do it together one time, it wouldn't bother me so much, but all afternoon I'm trying to sleep here a little bit. Mm-hmm. But anyways, well, that's about all we got for you there. But one last thank you again to the random caller.
Somebody out there doing their part to really make a dent.
That's right. Yep, a nice dent. So, all right, very good, Your Honor, and we'll talk to you later then.
All right, glad you were able to get back through there. All right. So, yep, I did. I reshared that link to the Make-A-Wish Foundation donation page there from Hot Shot Secret and Horse Feathers. You know, and you post things every day, and it starts moving down. So maybe I need to share that again because time is winding down. Yeah, Mother's Day will be here before you know it, right? Don't forget, this year's convoy is actually taking place on a Saturday, the day before Mother's Day. But all right, with that, we got to close things out here on a hump day. Believe it or not, when we come back here at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, yeah, we'll be scratching off another day and tearing another page, a month off the calendar, ready to roll into May 1. Hope you'll join us.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone.